That was better than I thought it would be. Now I can't wait to get down.
Hi. Can I get you ladies drinks?
I'll have a Manhattan, and I'm watching, so don't slip me any of the cheap stuff.
I'll have another Harvey Wallbanger.
Seen quite a bit of Mr. Wallbanger tonight.
I'm celebrating because...
Nothing to it. I mean, it's not that bad.
Dorothy, have you had plastic surgery? I don't believe it.
What'd you have done? My eyes. And I tell you, it was worth every penny.
Please, you spend $1,500, you go out on 2 dates a year.
I mean, Ma, I didn't do it for anybody else. I did it for me. I mean, most people didn't even know I'd had the surgery.
I feel bad for Blanche. She's done nothing but mope around this house since she and Jake broke up.
Oh, don't expect me to feel sorry for her. I mean, it's not very often that somebody as special as Jake comes along and she throws him away.
What's everybody doing up?
Well, we were just talking about how dumb you were to give up Jake.
Still the symphony. Besides, I heard him come in hours ago.
I think I'll go say goodnight to Bridget.
Oh, honey, would you bring me back my heating pad? It's on my dresser.
Sure.
Oh, Dorothy, do you realize it has been 4 days since I have enjoyed the company of a man?
I know, Blanche. I've been marking the days off on my big ships of the Navy calendar.
As beautiful as you were. Oh, we did it, Mama, we did it. Oh, honey, thank you for letting me be here with you. I couldn't have done it without you. You know, first time I ever held you in my arms, I knew I was holding somebody I was going to love for the rest of my life. Oh, hello, little baby. We've been waiting for you. Wonderful. I just had the best night's sleep.
Blanche, it's 4 in the morning.
What? Oh, for heaven's sake, I don't believe it. Do you know what happens if I don't spend 8 hours in bed?
Iranian guys write their cousins back home and tell them not to come?
No, I simply cannot function the next...
It's a sin, it's a crime, and let's face it, Dorothy, lately you can't give it away.
Ma, I'm talking about selling some of my belongings. I called a couple of pawn shops, and I'm going to check them out tomorrow.
Listen, I'm wonderful at bargaining. I'll go...
Oh, hi, Rose. Oh, Rose, now come on. You're not still mad at us because we changed your Woman of the Year application.
Honey, we're so sorry. I just hate it when you're mad at us and get like this.
Okay, you're forgiven.
Oh, Rose.
That was easy.
Well, I thought it all over and you were...
Correct.
Please, sit down. Listen, before I get Rose, let me assure you she is the only one here who thinks she saw a UFO.
No, I understand completely, Miss Bornak. By the way, is that Ms. Bornak or Mrs.? I'm hoping it's Ms.
Well, yes.
Look, because there was nothing special about him. He wasn't talented, he wasn't smart, he wasn't rich, he wasn't handsome, he wasn't good at anything.
If he also wore a bad toupee, she could be describing my Stanley.
Anyway, it made Tunder's wife miserable that her husband was best known for being...
Tomorrow, Grandview will be gone. And we'd have to drive all night and stop at a motel. And we all know how you hate to drive.
Well, I found a way around that.
Hey, Blanche, I figured out this treasure map. It's buried somewhere outside Atlanta.
Let's roll.
I mean, why starve myself to the point of thinness if I know that I could die tomorrow? I mean, why not eat the chocolate cake?
What chocolate cake?
The chocolate cake in the refrigerator.
You know, you have a point, Dorothy.
You got any glue?
Blanche's plate! What are we gonna tell her?
The truth.
Good.
I just need a few...
Catfish.
Fine. Anyway, I was about 8 years old when I first met Kathy Lee on the playground. We became fast friends. Just as thick as Louisiana blackstrap molasses on a steak of Johnny cakes as high as an elephant's knee.
On a... What are you doing here?
You were operated on. You're my daughter. Where else would I be?
How long have you been here?
Since they took you to surgery, I haven't left the room. Not for a newspaper, not for food, not for a cold drink. All day I've been right here.
Oh, Ma.
Au revoir. Oh, hello, Sophia.
Hello, Eddie. Oh, Eddie, I never noticed that beauty mark on your neck.
What beauty mark?
That one!
So happens I'm having dinner with Dr. Lee Kagan, a medical corporation.
Our Dr. Kagan. The Dr. Lee Kagan I love more than life itself.
Dr. Kagan? Hubba, hubba, zing, zing, baby, he's got everything.
I'm sorry, Alvin. Don't cry. That's okay. You cry all you want.
Daisy.
Oh, Rose, I'm having a wonderful time. You're a lot of fun to be with.
Oh, I'm having a good time, too. I don't think I've had this much fun since I was a little girl back in St. Olaf. I remember once when I was about 10. Our vacation.
We thought you were going to tell her, Dorothy.
Well, I was waiting for the right moment, you know, like right after we landed in New York.
New York? I want to go to an island.
New York is an island.
No, I mean someplace where swarthy men who don't speak English rub oil all over your body.
Great, then we can go for a ride on the subway.
That if you are indeed my friend, you will forget about it too, and never bring the sordid subject up again.
I know, I'm going to give her a party.
You know, I actually feel sorry for Blanche. Don't you, Ma?
Who's Ma?
Atta girl, Rose. You finally got one.
Very nice,
Nice meeting you.
sir.
Bye-bye.
Yes.
Thanks, Dad.
You know, Dorothy, you don't have to go through with it.
Let's give her a big hand.
Honey, I'm so sorry.
Dorothy, I'd like you to meet Irving Capella. He's the one who did the ice sculptures. Aren't they nice?
75% off.
Irving would very...
We had a neighbor in Minnesota who killed her husband. She backed over him with a combine, and she didn't even know she had done it until she found little bits of plaid in the corn. She said, funny, that looks like bits of Joe's plaid shirt. And that looks like bits of Joe's overall.
Think you might like a little company tonight? You know what he said? Maybe some other time, Blanche. Can you believe that? Maybe some other time.
Blanche, that doesn't seem so mean.
He had the band spell it out on the field. And Dorothy, to this...
Hey, what are you two doing up?
Waiting for you.
We thought you might want to talk.
All the food's already on the table, Dorothy. We didn't want to waste precious time.
Thank you. So, what do you want to talk about? All right, I have not... Same way about me, and I can't tell you how flattering that is. I mean, at this stage of a woman's life, to have someone instantly feel that spark for her is a dream come true. All right, maybe in the dream he wouldn't be a priest. But that doesn't make it any the less flattering.
Blanche, I've been here the whole time. I was telling you about Miles being tight.
Oh, I love a tight man. Tight man with cast iron pecs, thighs.
Oh, tight with money. He's cheap.
Oh,
That's a man and you're a man. You're both men. Clayton, you're that thing that everyone said Olga Larson's nephew was because he wore paisley clogs and gave out puff pastry.
I arranged for Stan and Gloria to get together. I should have known better. It's like when they were young. Whenever Gloria took one of Dorothy's old toys, Dorothy would get interested again and want it back. I can still hear her yelling, "Gloria took my stick! Gloria took my stick!"
Boy, we come from a poor family.
Buzz off.
I'll spot you 25 points.
Oh, man. Ma, why are you trying so hard to ruin my weekend?
You don't get it, do you? This weekend could have been a lot of fun until you decided we were going to have quality time.
Oh, is that so horrible, Ma? All I wanted to do was have us finish unfinished business and say things to each other that we never...
I'm glad it was red wine and not white.
Why? White's easier to get out.
I know, but I spilled some red meat on this jacket at lunch, and I wouldn't want your dry cleaner to think I was gauche. Oh, thanks.
I think I'll run along now. Nice meeting you, Mr. John Quinn.
Thank you. Same here. Blanche,
Devereaux. Good night. Annette. Well, hello there. Anything I can do for you?
At least now she asks.
Good afternoon. Sorry to bother you. I'm Agent Bell with the Secret Service.
Well, why don't you come right in?
Thank you, Mrs. Devereaux.
It was the first year after Charlie died that was the hardest. I'd lie awake for hours. I just could not get used to sleeping alone. Then I started taking the extra pillows and shoving them under the covers so
One thing only. You can no longer have children.
Oh, it means more than that. Much more. God, I can't even believe I'm really here. You know, I mean, at this point in my life, I can't believe we're having this conversation about me.
It's hard for you to accept.
You know, nobody in my family's ever seen a psychiatrist.
to work.
Hey, why are you wearing makeup? So your mother won't be embarrassed?
Honey, he won't pay any attention to you no matter what you do.
Oh, yeah?
Because you haven't accepted his death yet.
Thank you. I've never been psychoanalyzed by a dipstick before.
I wonder who they are.
You mean you don't know them?
No.
Now, this is awful.
What? What's over?
I sit with my back to the wall. Except any diner in Newark, where if you're against the wall, you stick.
Hi, Blanche. Shouldn't you be lying down?
Yes, but I'm tired of being on my back.
Well, it's not easy, you know. I have my job and I have responsibilities. I've never been invited.
Well, I'm inviting you. I have a huge house with servants and an ocean view. And Bert Convey shops in my grocery store.
Bert Convey.
Wasting the taxpayers' money. Yank out that tree and start pouring cement.
Mrs. Claxton, think about what you're doing. That beautiful old tree is 200 years old. How can you hate a living thing?
I hate you.
That's it. I have had all I'm going to take from...
Down the wall and make mad, passionate love on the carpet.
Blanche, what the hell are you talking about?
You stole the closing banquet of the only art show I've ever put together in my entire life.
I did not steal your banquet. Mr. Allen assigned it to me.
And why? Why should he get...
Eating mace. I just bought a gun.
You don't know how to use a gun?
The man at the gun store taught me. In the basement, they've got a little shooting gallery, kind of like the ones at amusement parks. Except no prizes. And you shoot at little paper targets. This was mine.
Well, because they are constant reminders that with each passing year, our bodies begin to sag, our faces begin to wrinkle, our hair begins to turn gray. Of course, none of that's happened to me yet. But it's only a question of time until I'll end up looking like the two of you. I'm sorry. I forgot all about your tutoring session.
Well, it's okay. We were just finishing.
Hi, Blanche. You look pretty.
You should see me if I had earrings. So what are y'all doing?
Oh, well, we just finished algebra.
Why do I have to learn algebra?
Because I had to learn how to teach it. And now I'm just checking the...
I've got to talk to you.
What is it?
I know this sounds crazy, but I'm suspicious.
Of what?
Harry.
Harry?
And I don't know why. There's just something about it I don't like. And I have to tell Blanche.
Tell Blanche what?
That she can't marry him.
The wedding is in 12 minutes. You can't tell her that.
I felt when I was a virgin.
You mean the feeling isn't gonna last long?
Are you implying I lost my virginity at an early age?
I'm just saying you're lucky Jack and Jill magazine didn't have a gossip column.
Bothers you. Put a pillow over my face. How could I sleep with that racket?
What racket?
Your pencil.
My pencil?
You're pressing too hard. Where are you going?
Back to the studio. There's only one thing left to do.
Who was that nut? I don't know. Mr. Terrific usually comes in alone.
So you see, it's very important that
Dorothy, what happened? Barbara just stormed out of here.
she's not coming back. You know, both of you were right about her. I can't believe that I couldn't see it. Can you ever forgive me?
What do you think? Should we give her another chance? We better. Best friends are hard to come by.
Charming,
Yes.
irresistible to men.
My God, Clayton, you are me. But I still just can't.
Blanche, I spent a long time lying to myself. It felt a lot better when I stopped.
Too soon?
Rose, do you think we can go and call St. Olaf now and you can explain it to them the way I explained it to you?
Well, we could try. We might not be able to get a hold of anybody. It's everybody hide the corn day.
It was a perfect reception. For once, everything.
But it turned out he was looking for his napkin under the table.
Well, what have you all been doing all this time? How long can you make conversation?
Blanche, there is more to conversation than just can I have a hanger for my pants, please? And I have to get something off my chest.
I agree. There, that's much better.
Boy, I'll say, okay, let's go.
I am not going anywhere.
Would you girls excuse me? My girdle is killing me.
He's wearing a girdle.
And padded shoulders.
And knowing him, a sock in his crotch.
I'm just telling you what she told me.
Sorry, Ma. I wasn't paying attention. I keep thinking about Rose.
Oh, just forget about her. If she doesn't want to be our roommate, that is fine with me. In fact, I'm happy she's leaving. You see how happy I am, Dorothy? You try it. Go.
If you don't mind, Blanche, I'll laugh on the inside. Hi, Ma.
Dorothy, how do you make your voice do that?
Here, honey, I picked up your new glasses.
Oh, thank God. Now I can see. Oh, wait a minute. These are no good.
What, are they the wrong prescription?
No, the wrong frames. I specifically asked for old lady smoke.
Ma, I love you. Could you fluff up my pillow a little, please?
What, I look like an orderly? Push the button. Wake up a nurse. I'm just here for moral support.
No, I already got that from my roommate. Oh, she's gone. And I never thanked her.
Guess when I was little, I didn't have to do anything. And I raised my daughter the same way. So that's why David is the way he is now. So it's all my fault.
Oh, now, Blanche, you can't blame yourself for David.
You're right. It's my mother's fault. I am going to give this list to David and see that he starts right away. Wonderful about Stanley.
Everything. Just everything. He has grown. He has changed. You should have seen the way he took over when Ma was sick. He was so commanding, so masterful, and yet so sensitive and so vulnerable. I know I couldn't have gotten through it without him.
Listen, Dorothy. You thought Sophia. Leave. My secret admirer wants me to meet him for lunch.
Oh, Blanche, I can't believe you're going to do it. I mean, sure, the flowers are nice, but, honey, are you sure you know what you're getting yourself into?
Oh, come on, Dorothy. How much trouble can I get into in a public place?
How soon we forget the Greyhound Terminal incident. Sure did.
Where did it go wrong, Dorothy?
Oh, who knows? These things happen.
Oh, I remember. I wasn't happy at home under the sheets. Dorothy, you're hurting.
Proud, it's the man. Hello, Reverend Mother. My, you look holier than thou today.
Save it, Sister Suckup. How'd you explain this note I found in the suggestion box?
Well, you said we needed more money for the new chapel. I thought that would be a good fundraiser.
Tell me a story. What? Tell me a story. It always worked when I was a little girl.
I don't know any stories.
Make one up.
All right. Once upon a time, there were 3 bears.
Not that one.
Pigs. No, elephants. And they lived with a little girl named Rose.
The elephants lived in the house?
They were elephant dolls. Me.
Oh,
Oh, yes. It was the day before Christmas, and we were playing, and she jiggled the tree, and the star fell off and broke. So she told me to pick it up and put it on my finger, and I did. Then she plugged it in. And, oh, wow.
What is this all about?
He's dead.
Blanche, calm down. This is undoubtedly just another part of the mystery weekend.
Oh, yeah? He looks pretty dead to me.
Looking more handsome than I've ever seen him. Oh, black motorcycle boots, skin tight Levi's, a match in his mouth, and a white T-shirt with the sleeves rolled up to reveal his brand new Woody the Woodpecker tattoo. Seen another woman?
Are you sure?
Yes. We used to see each other constantly. Now I'm lucky to see him twice a week. If he's not seeing another woman, what else could he be doing?
maybe he paints like Red Skelton.
Rose, would you please hand me my grade book?
Sure.
Thank you.
It so happens our community playhouse is doing The Taming of the Shrew, and I'm to audition for the role of Kate, the fiery tart of Padua whom no man could tame. Hark! Perhaps a suitor doth approach it.
Do you think he'll stay all night?
Well, tomorrow's the big day. Are you excited?
Rose. He's having a bypass, not going off to college. We know you're gonna be just fine.
Here, I brought you some clean towels.
Babe, you are a remarkable woman.
I said towels, Stan. You're not a grown woman. Just because the plumbing's in doesn't mean the house is ready to occupy.
I think I know what you're getting at.
Good, because I really didn't make that up myself. I heard it on This Old House.
Well, I tried talking to my father, but he just went all crazy.
A little dinky play.
With that... Gee, Ma, I don't know if this was such a good idea.
I think you're right, Dorothy. Maybe I should have done my own hair. I've been doing it for years.
That's why it looks like something you buy on a stick at halftime.
Is anybody eating there?
All right, Stanley. Why do you want to borrow the car?
I am involved in a new business venture. Stan's Pizzas. The gimmick is I can deliver a pizza faster to your house than Domino's. There's only one problem.
What?
It's impossible. I cracked up my car trying.
Money appeals to me, but why the sandwich business?
Because we don't have enough counter space to make kidney machines. So are we partners or what?
Gee, it sounds kind of complicated. Selling sandwiches at a construction site? I don't know the first thing about business. You should ask Dorothy. Or Blanche. At least they'd have some input.
I know. So are we partners or what?
You're not serious, Blanche.
Oh, sure I am. Breasts are back in fashion. And what God didn't give me, Dr. Myron Rosenzweig will. Oh, that man is the Picasso of plastic surgeons.
Well, just be sure he doesn't attach one of them to your forehead.
Oh, my God. Why, Dorothy, look, it's Mrs. McDowell.
Why is everyone staring at me?
Because your handbag doesn't match your shoes.
We're a very fashion-conscious neighborhood.
Listen, I know this is short notice, but how would you all like to...
Ma, will you knock it off?
What?
What? We've been washing glasses for 10 minutes. We finished 3.
So what's the...
Match your shoes. Oh, Harry, thanks so much for coming.
How are you, Frank? Frank, talk to me. What's going on here?
Well, he isn't feeling very well, so we thought we'd have you over for a drink.
A month.
Morning, Ma.
Dorothy, you'll be glad to know my practical joking days are over.
Ma, that is...
Been talking about this one all spring. It's the Omega 3000.
How much?
You know, that top is hand-embellished gold leaf detail work. The satin interior is imported from a small textile mill outside Gstaad.
How much?
It's also lead-lined.
We're not burying Superman. How much?
$6,000.
Vivian meets Sue Ann Niven.
I said, no, it's the other way around. I'm playing the vamp. Betty's playing the nitwit. She said, oh, no, that's very interesting. The next thing I know...
And kicked across the street.
Oh, great. Here's the other $4.
Girls, there is a busload of Greek sailors out front. They want to know how many drachma there are in $8. Girls, guess what I...
2 pounds. He's our best player. If Billy doesn't play, the team can't win.
Rose, rules were made for people like Billy. Little bodies don't like it when big bodies fall on them.
Which is why Raymond Burr never married.
I'm afraid I just gave those 2 rooms away.
But we had a reservation.
Until 3 a.m., you're late. Therefore, the reservation is null and void. I'm sorry, that's company policy.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm from Sicily. You know what our company policy is? First, I break your knees.
Ma. Look, forget about the reservation. Just give up.
That's it. I don't think I'm going to paint for the museum anymore.
Whatever you want.
It's making me a nervous wreck. I used to love painting. Now it's getting to be an obsession, and obsessions can be dangerous.
Well, that's just because you're prone to them. Some people aren't. Where the hell is the racing form?
Gee, I don't know. Why do you need it?
I don't.
Hours, rain or shine. Who are you to judge me?
Now, let me get this right. Dinner at your place tonight. What kind of girl do you think I am, and how could you tell so fast?
Die for Clams Casino. What's your point?
I don't know.
I'm asking about Edna.
Edna?
Your wife. Oh, hey. I'm sorry. I guess I just can't take a hint.
I am chairman of the planning committee. So, Mr. Smallins, could you tell us a little something about your background?
Well, I've been running VIP catering for 5 years. Before that, I was a cook in the Navy for 25 years. I can cook chipped beef for $1,500 or Chateaubriand for $2.
No, Mr. Smallins, what I meant was, are you married?
No.
Dan!
Ladies and gentlemen, you now have enough clues to solve these murders. Who did it? How? And why?
The butler did it.
I'm a maitre d'.
Thank you. The maitre d' did it.
Philip did it.
Gloria did it.
It was Curly any minute.
Sophia keeps coming up with excuses not to go shopping.
I'm ready, Rose.
Sophia, what's the matter?
I saw the doctor yesterday, and I can't talk about it. Let's go to the mall.
Wait a minute. What is it, Sophia?
All right, you dragged it out of me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does Rose know?
No.
Oh, good. I don't think you ought to tell her. After all, she's not as worldly and sophisticated about these things as I am.
Absolutely. If she finds out Danny Thomas is a lesbian, it'll break her.
And smell the flowers.
We can't. The sky is falling.
Run that by me once again.
Oh.
A piece of blue sky just fell on her head. The wherefore and why are best left unsaid. But we have a hunch, and it's appalling.
Friends, in this their time of need.
And I can't believe that the two of you are so inconsiderate that you would disturb me with something this ridiculous when you know how important my exam is. If I don't pass it, I don't get my raise.
That's it. Everybody out.
Sophia, we're scared.
I'm scared too that we won't be able to afford meat on the table. You want to... That was one of the causes. I'm not going.
You're going.
Rose, could you give me a hand?
Oh, sure.
If you will excuse me, Becky and I are having breakfast on the lanai. We're still bonding.
Dorothy, how come we never bond?
We're from before bonding and quality time.
Elements.
No, it doesn't, Blanche. That's where I put my creamsicle down this afternoon when I answered the phone. See, it rubs right off.
Hi.
Hello, Stan.
Come on in. I ordered up some refreshments. After all,
That peasant girl was me. And that painter was Pablo Picasso.
Ma, I have a feeling you're lying.
Be positive.
Okay, I'm positive you're lying.
It does.
Always been there when we've needed each other. Now, look, this is important to Rose, and I think we need to stand behind her. I mean, you're taking away a part of her home. Granted, it's the cradle of idiocy.
I have a frog bear.
Send a judge over here. This woman is trying to put us to sleep.
You're just exhausted and you're trying to blame it on me.
Exhausted? I'll show you who's exhausted. Maestro, how about something with a little octane?
Okay. Pressure. They sleep to escape.
Dorothy's father used to do that. Unfortunately, it was usually during foreplay.
Ma, the man is dead.
Longer than you think.
Who was very insecure about the other kids liking her. Now, she would do anything to gain their approval. She would do their homework for them while her grades suffered. She would give them her lunch money in the misguided belief that she could buy their acceptance. Finally, lonely and desperate.
Why couldn't you bury him in a suit?
Because this is what he wanted. You know, it hasn't been easy for me, Sophia. It hasn't been easy.
Oh.
Ladies, I'd like to get started with the service soon.
Father Salerno, Angela was worried.
Oh, Gina Lola Brigida. This is my surprise?
Yes. So happy birthday, Ma.
Happy birthday? You call this old bag a present?
You brought me all the way from Sicily to be insulted?
I hate that woman.
Well, you must be Blanche's sister.
You must be blind.
Sophia's home just burned down.
Well, that's terrible.
Not to me. It was a retirement home, and you know what they did? They set off the fire alarm in a retirement home.
Sure, we can have some lemon chicken and smoked ham. It's all prepared.
Well, let's just start with appetizers.
That's fine.
Yeah, how about smoked oysters?
Oh, good. Oh, you'll never guess what I found.
Jimmy Hoffa.
Pepperoni.
Uh-oh.
Don't tell Mom.
I'd like to propose a toast to Sophia, whose generosity and kindness of spirit have given us a gift beyond measure.
I too have a toast. I predict nothing but disaster and tragedy for everyone connected. Do you have any idea how much that hurts? Ladies and gentlemen, Roy Orbison.
To me like you had a lovely morning.
Oh, it was. But it made me a little sad. I realized how much I'm going to miss her. We've always been so close.
I know what you mean. I used to be the same way with Michael.
Used to be. I thought you two got along great.
Oh, no, it's not that we don't get along. It's just that we think so differently. You know, I think it is time.
I hate. Well, that's like for girls.
Yeah, well, we can renegotiate. I'll do the vacuuming if you'll, learn English. I'll fix you something to eat.
All right, now, attention, everyone.
Tell on the beach. Doesn't that sound like fun?
I get to go with you? I don't have to stay here and get gassed with the termites? Oh, Dorothy, you're such a good daughter.
Ah, she'll get over it. And if she doesn't, who cares? We're going to meet Bert.
His muse. His muse. Well, actually, his old lady.
Don't you think I know what this is all about? It's about that British invasion that's been going on in your bedroom.
Ma, this is about art.
Check out now. That'll mean our fears have conquered us. And I will not allow that. We are going to march out that door right now like the strong, confident women I know we are. Chins up, chests out, buttocks tight. I know buttocks tight has nothing to do with it. It just looks good. Buttocks tight. Oh, all right. I forgive you, but forget the picnic. I'll get us that blanket.
He's a wonderful man.
Oh, I know. Oh, why can't I ever attract men like that?
You can, Dorothy.
For 17 straight days in a rocking chair marathon. Of course, she couldn't have done it without the moral support of her children and her husband and his cattle prod.
Okay, that's it. Drink this. It's a secret potion from the old country, guaranteed to put you to sleep.
Looks like milk.
I'm thinking there are other qualities I wish to capture.
Like what?
Innocence, wholesomeness, naivety. I see a woman with a fuller figure, wider hips, wider eyes. Rose.
Blanche. And Sophia, I want to offer you a traditional Scandinavian wedding blessing. Gefleckter flaffen, fleffen flöfen, verfetter flingen, verflaffen.
I'm really touched. I'm also soaking wet.
Look, I'm mad enough at myself as it is. I mean, Stanley Zbornak made me weak in the knees. What, you think I'm proud of that?
Who made the first move?
I guess I did. It was dark, and Stan stopped the car. I swear to you, I thought I was setting the parking brake. Oh, this place is fantastic. I feel like I did when I was 20.
You mean unmarried and pregnant?
Blanche, look around. Isn't this wonderful?
What? We can't learn from history? It was mid-century in a disillusioned Italy. Look to the House of Savoy for leadership. Giuseppe Garibaldi, our courageous leader, and not a bad dresser, thought, let's regain some national pride and jump into this Crimean War thing.
I have been following you around, and I'm sorry. But I have something to tell you, and, well, this is just so difficult for me.
Oh, whenever I have something hard to say, I just say it fast. Like back in high school when I wanted to break up with Carl Dugan, the captain of the football team. Well, I was very nervous.
She just can't.
She's a grown woman, Rose. She can do anything she wants.
But why is she leaving? Isn't she happy
Well,
here?
I guess she thinks she'll be happier with Gloria.
Well, what about us? I mean, who's going to keep after us and make us linguine and tell us stories about Sicily?
I don't know, Rose. Maybe Mary Poppins has an Italian cousin.
Ooh, that smells great. She probably defrosted something I already cooked.
Yeah, I did. But I had to throw it out. It smelled like it had gone bad.
It's probably no good to begin with. After all, you cooked it.
That does it!
Ma got something caught in her throat. You.
Oh, but Dorothy, you don't get it. My accountant reminded me that I've been audited before, and I've never had to pay a penny in back taxes. I have a way with auditors. The last time I was audited, I got money back from the government.
Blanche, it's not a refund when the auditor leaves 220s.
Ma, what the hell are you talking about?
I think I got chapter 7 and 9 mixed up. This watch is broken.
Ma, Stan gave me that watch when we got married.
Well, the marriage never worked. Why should the...
I'm gonna put him to bed. Ma, the babas.
Why do you hate your sister? That's what I want to know.
Because when she was born, I ceased to exist. I never saw my mom and daddy again. Where did they go? They never looked at me again, Rose. She was the adorable one, the gorgeous one.
Every time the teacher turned her back, little Debbie Tansey did something she shouldn't. Of course, her mother was the same way every time her father turned his back. The woman was a real tramp.
Yeah. But you digress.
Right. So there's Debbie putting gum in your hair, hiding your lunch, stealing your back.
No, it isn't. It's me.
You're pulling my leg. He picked you over me.
Listen, I hate...
George liked red. I thought I looked terrible, but the pictures came out fine. Oh, that must be him. How do I look, girls?
Nervous.
Oh, I am nervous. My heart's just pounding away.
Go on, just take a deep breath.
I always take a deep breath before I greet a man. We have a few minutes. Let's just have a quick drink in the bar.
Blanche.
Come on.
Blanche.
Come on, it'll be fun.
All right, but let's make it quick. Miss.
Girls, you see that man over there staring at me? He's undressing me with his eyes.
Do you want to move to another table?
Gyrating my pelvis. I am not interested.
And the world heaves a collective sigh of relief.
Rose, how about you? You want to learn dirty dancing?
I don't know. For some odd reason, dirty dancing always sounds dirty.
Come on.
I just forgot.
Well, that's why when he called today, I invited him myself, and he says he's looking forward to coming.
Well, you should have still asked me first.
Oh, you're right, honey, but he's on his way over. We made a terrific dinner, so why don't you just relax and enjoy a lovely evening?
Well, you don't understand. Jonathan is a very special person. I don't want you doing or saying anything that would embarrass me.
They'll always be there for me. And I'd like to enroll all of you in that fellowship.
No.
But you've got to.
Why?
Because if I don't meet my quota for enrolling new people in this loving, accepting, caring fellowship, they're going to kick me.
How do I look? How do I sound? Is my breath bad? What's jiggling?
Well, let's see.
Oh, and...
Should be celebrating, not arguing whether or not it's right. Now, what do you say? We all join hands and sing a chorus of Abraham, Martin, and John.
Is she for real?
Frightening, isn't it?
Oh, no thanks. I'm doing what we all should be doing. Dieting for the Bachelorette auction next Saturday.
Not all of us. I told you, Rose, count me out. Now, even if it is for charity, I am not going to stand up there and allow myself to be sold to the highest bidder like some Holstein cow at a livestock auction.
Wait for my wedding night, honey. I couldn't. I had these urges. You know, in the South, we mature faster. I think it's the heat.
I think it's the gin.
Anyhow, my first was Billy. Oh,
that's when the pods take over your body.
I hate to admit it, but there may be something to Rose's positive thinking course. Last night after the meeting, I decided to write down all the negative thoughts that come into my...
Beer on the wall, 3 bottles of beer on the wall, 3 bottles of beer. Take one.
Juilliard.
You need a purse to go to Juilliard?
You understood more when he spoke Spanish, didn't you, Rose?
Well, frankly, I don't understand much either. Peppy, why didn't you tell us all this when Sophia first brought you home?
I was afraid you'd back out of the deal. I knew
about the procedure. I put in a temp, and now you are ready for a crown.
I'm not talking about the procedure.
I'm sorry I didn't get that.
You touched me. You fondled me. Didn't you?
Rose, this happens to dentists all the time. Aside of...
Watch that you're right on time.
Looking lovely.
Thank you. I'll just get my purse and we'll go. Oh, this is my roommate, Rose.
Hello. Blanche, before you leave, will you take a look at this horse and tell me if it looks like old Brisker is pulling the beer wagon?
Honey, why don't you ask Donald to look at old Brisker? He knows a lot about all.
A feeling of sisterhood should be allowed to join.
It's very commendable.
As long as she could castrate a sheep.
There was a service organization in Sicily with similar membership requirements. Except that instead of a sheep, it usually involved a mayor from a neighboring...
No more witnesses.
Your Honor, may I say something?
You may speak.
Your Honor, this is all a very simple mistake. Stan and I are ready to get an exterminator to take care of those bugs. I don't know how this thing got so far, but believe me, we are not criminals.
All right.
I mean, she's probably worried sick already.
But I've never done anything like this. Tell a woman her husband's been seeing me.
Mm-hmm. And she'll say, why, that dirty rat, I will kill him. And you say, good news, darling, you don't have to. He's dead. I'm borrowing your earrings. Lord, I'd love to get a facelift by 8 o'clock.
Blanche, who is Harry?
Oh, girls, he's just wonderful. He's very gallant. He's a perfect gentleman. He's a great dancer. And he doesn't make noises when he chews.
Chewing that. Now, what does this have to do with the diary?
Suddenly I'm on Nightline. I was just trying to tell a story here.
There's no point, Sophia. They've done something terrible, and I'll never be able to forgive them.
Rose, isn't there anything we can do?
No, absolutely not. I'm unyielding on this.
Rose, can't you think of anything that'll make us still be friends?
No, this time you've crossed the line.
Then as he kneels there before you, little beads of perspiration breaking out on his forehead, his breath coming shorter and quicker, he ever so gently slips the supple leather on your quivering foot. You son of a... You put me through all this and I could have had Andy Rooney.
It cost me my entire life savings, but I don't care. I'm gonna sail around the world, and it's all because of you. And I want you to come along with me.
Well, it's a very critical time for Mr. Zbornak, but with proper care, there's absolutely no reason he won't be as good as new within 3 months.
Did you say 3 months? My, he said 3 months.
Are you okay?
Just a little nervous. I'm supposed to get married in exactly 20 minutes right here in this hotel.
Well, then what are you doing here? Cold feet?
Yeah, but not about him. See, he's got this ex-wife.
pushing any longer. I can't marry you. I'm not a priest. I never was.
Uncle Angelo, what are you talking about?
I gotta sit down.
Let me tell you a story. Picture it. Sicily.
He outran enemy fire at Iwo Jima, but phlebitis is the enemy he couldn't outrun tonight. And now, it's time to tango.
Blanche, I can't.
Whose house? Oh. Is anybody else hungry?
Well, now that you mention it, I could really go for a pizza. I've been thinking about Chinese.
I could go for a burger and fries.
Why don't we order it all?
Oh, Sophia, that'd be crazy.
So this would be the first time we did something a little out of the ordinary around here?
Guess what? I don't like to brag, and it took me practically all morning, but by reinforcing the command with love and a doggy treat, I finally taught Bingo how to sit.
Sit down, Rose.
Okie dokie.
But I won the bidding at the auction.
I understand that, but there's nothing you can say to make me change my mind.
You owe me $500.
How about Thai food?
That sounds great.
Wait. I said I'm not going to go, and I am not going to go. It's just that, well, you have different intentions than I do.
It's not my...
Hurt them.
No can do, ma'am.
Well, you have to do something. I mean, this is ridiculous. My mother is missing because of these two people who can't keep their hands off each other.
Dorothy, please, you're being irrational. Yes, I am a pig.
Well, yeah, what precinct?
Would you tell us the truth about Bob Fredericks?
True. Oh, absolutely true.
How about Howard Asher?
True.
Eric.
My Dorothy didn't date teachers in high school. She dated losers like Stan, who knocked her up and ruined her life forever.
It would be like a day without orange juice, wouldn't it?
Girls, guess what? They gave me another job at the television station. The old lifers, come here, boy. This one's Dreyfus.
Yesterday, Kate came to me crying. She was more hurt than I had ever seen her before.
Oh, Dorothy,
Please, I want you to understand what that does to a parent. Seeing your child hurt is worse than any pain you can possibly feel yourself.
Love, period. Some things never change. I'm gonna go through with it.
Well, good for you. Yeah. And thank you for listening.
Oh, Victor, come on. Let's get a table. There's something I have to tell you.
Not only am I not allowed to go, I'm not allowed to talk about it. This is the same deal Cinderella had with her stepsisters.
I've always wanted to go to Hollywood. When I was a young girl, I used to dream about becoming a movie star. Mr. Mason, who owned the corner drugstore, said I was a young Barbara Billingsley. Buddy, would you like to stay for dinner? I'm making sweet and sour smelt kebabs.
Smelt kebabs? Oh, darn, I had them for lunch.
Me too.
They serve them on the plane. And I'm awfully tired after the...
Be appalled that Joe Isuzu wasn't played by an Asian actor. And number 3, under no circumstances walk on their backs. Even if they beg you. And they will. I hope you'll reconsider, have a potato day, see you.
You bet I'm talking about cupcakes. What are you talking about? Wait a minute. Have you and Miles been baking together?
Rose, I would never do that to you, I swear.
Good. Because if I ever caught Miles with another woman in my kitchen, I'd...
tomorrow.
Forget it, Blanche. I'm not going.
Rose, what's the problem?
Oh, Blanche thinks I should go to the hospital tomorrow. Well, if Miles didn't tell me about the surgery, doesn't that mean he doesn't want me there?
Excuse me, Rose, you're about to make a grave mistake. You come to me if you want advice on men. You go to Dorothy if there's grammar you won't help with.
I have the negatives from Rose's photo shoot. It doesn't say much for this great land of ours, but there's a market out there.
You know, Mrs. Petrillo, I've never had a woman your age do a boudoir.
I see kids who can't even find India on a map.
Well, to be fair, Dorothy, that stumped Columbus, too.
And education is just part of the problem. I mean, there's age discrimination, women's rights. Oh, Rose. Rose, honey. Now, why did you...
And he proposed.
Blanche, wait a minute. He proposed. You've only known him a week.
And he wants an answer tonight.
Tonight?
What are you going to tell him?
I don't know.
You know, the girls part company and head for America, never to see one another again. Rose, one of those girls was me. The other one you probably know as Mama Celeste.
A good time.
Wait, you're going to introduce me to some of your friends?
Yes, if I see anybody I know.
Life.
Well, it's a dog-eat-dog world, and I'm wearing no underwear. What up, reminiscing. You know how it is when old pals get together. Excuse us.
Well, that's that. How does it feel to have your butt whipped?
Well, sometimes I find it strange.
Uh-huh. Well, bill the insurance company first. The state takes care of the rest. So, you have some concerns about Sunny Pastures.
Actually, they're more like complaints.
Oh, complaints. Oh, well, what you need to do is fill out these forms and mail them.
Here's J.C. Penney's, where everybody starts making fun of the fat lady underwear. What do you suppose it means?
That you spent too many years sleeping on curlers. Ma, you can't sleep either?
No, I'm sleeping so good I thought I'd come top mental. My daughter may be no spring chicken, and her jaw might crack when she chews. And she may have noticeable trouble digesting raw vegetables. But one thing she's not is mental.
Thanks, Ma.
About the ancient feud between the Nylons and the Gerklecknerbeigens. That was my mother's maiden name.
Gerklecknerbeigen?
Originally, it was Gerklecknerbeigen-Hofstetlerfrau. But they shortened it, because most of my mother's family were in show business.
Ma, I am taking you to the hospital.
No.
Why not? What, are you trying to tell me that possibly there is nothing wrong with you?
No, I feel better just lying here. The ride in the car could only make me feel worse.
Yep, she's right, Dorothy. Sometimes just lying motionless is the...
Wonderful. I met a gorgeous single doctor on the plane.
At 30,000 feet, she picks up a doctor. Now I see the family resemblance.
In fact, I'm supposed to meet him in a half hour, if that's okay.
But, darling, you just got here.
Aunt Blanche, you always said, if you've got a stallion eating notes out of your hand, best...
Blanche, there are days when I can't remember who I am. But trust me, I remember every stunt you ever pulled. That's how I got half the gray hairs on this 85-year-old head.
Honey, you're 89.
Oh, sure. Do I look like a man who's about to do it for the third time? Get married, I mean.
Very handsome. Have you lost weight?
No, I'm wearing a girdle. Is Sophia going to make it to the wedding?
She's not quite up to it, but she sends her regards. And
Unattractive.
Yes.
Worn out.
Yes.
Useless.
What's your point, Swin?
My point is, well, I was just hoping that maybe you're tired of people like Floyd who don't appreciate you. And maybe you're...
This mess. Maybe I ought to call the newspaper.
now, wait. I think you should let Gil handle it himself. Oh, the paper says he's having a press conference this afternoon. I don't think you should do anything until then.
Okay, fine, I'll wait. Look at this picture of Kessler, Dorothy. There's a secret behind those eyes. Trust my hunch on this one. I'm never wrong.
Oh, come on, Ma. Blanche, we all had an agreement. No one dates Harry until an appropriate amount of time has passed.
I know, 18 months. I have it marked on my calendar with a big red circle. As of today, that man is in play. I'm just amazed I was able to wait so long. I want to be loved by you, just you, nobody else but you. I want to be loved by you, alone. Oh, hi, handsome. What's your name?
His name's Don, and he just had hip surgery.
I really thought you were getting to love Aurora, but you were just using your granddaughter to try and land a man. Goodbye, Mama. Thanks for babysitting. You won't have to do it again.
Don't I always?
I love you.
I love you too. I look at him, I see Errol Flynn.
This is it. Grandview.
Wow, I've never been to the Deep South before. Well, let's go back.
Ma, I still cannot believe what you were doing on the interstate. I'm stunned. I'm completely stunned.
Dorothy, what's wrong?
Dr. Jonathan Newman. Dr. Newman, this is my mother, Sophia.
Nice to meet you, Sophia.
Nice to meet you, too. I hope this doesn't sound rude. But I've just gotten back from a long trip and I'm very tired. If you'll excuse me.
Of course, nice to have met you.
Likewise. Dorothy.
Sophia's out on bail awaiting her trial.
Well, if Dorothy had said it, you'd think it was brilliant.
So, this is life on the outside. It's changed. You've all gotten so old.
Ma, knock it off. You were gone an hour. If anyone's upset, it should be me. Was I scared? It was a long time before he'd accept the situation, and Fred, until he did, I only had one parent. Right now, Mary doesn't have any parents.
You talk like I did something wrong.
What can I say that'll make you understand?
I don't know. Maybe I'm too stupid.
Fine, then make volunteered for Meals on Wheels. And I think I'm really making progress with Jimmy. Although I could make more if Ma would stop yelling boo.
Boy, you're really taking an interest in that man. What happened to him anyway?
The turmoil of the 60s just got to him.
The 60s were an emotional time for all of us.
No one's that brave except in the movies and on television. But at least this time I know what I'm facing. I've gone through all the steps before. I have considered the alternatives, dealt with the reality. The last time, I think I started crying the moment the doctor told me, and I didn't stop till they wheeled me off to surgery. And then later, I cried.
I mean, who doesn't have a date?
Rose, I need to borrow a silk scarf tonight.
You have a date?
No, I'm doing the dance of the seven veils and I'm one short. Sometimes I worry about her.
Purse.
Still worried about the money you owe the government?
Oh, no, Blanche. I'm worried about whether Michael Jackson will be able to buy the remains of the Elephant Man.
Really? Gee, I'd be worried about the money.
Oh, boy, some people.
What's wrong, Blanche?
Oh, Dorothy, nobody gives a damn about this Save the Wetlands thing. I sat in that booth of ours at the mall for 3 hours. Not one soul came by and asked for information. What we need is some kind of swamp gimmick, like, guess how many leeches are in the jar? About how nice you were to my brother and how proud I am to have such a sweet person as my friend. Now I can't say it.
Well, sure you can.
No, I can't. You just ruined it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, I forgive you, Rose. Triples. You know what that means?
Sure, it means that if he dies, those crummy pictures of his will be worth a fortune. He'll have more money than he'll know what to do with.
You almost got it, Rose.
They're gonna auction off some of Jasper DeKimmel's art this week with a piece of... I'm a Feldman, damn it. A buffalo. Oh, ladies, now please, I beg of you, let us put aside our ancient prejudices and change these rules. Oh, ladies, let my people in.
But so incredibly stupid. Do you know what it's like to feel this stupid? Well, I probably should go now. I've bothered you enough.
Yeah, but in those days, it really stood out, you know? Oh, I don't know. It must have taken 3 months before I could muster up the courage, you know, to talk to Mrs. Lenoff. And it turned out to be the smartest thing I could have done. Because not only did she help me, you know, with the speech problem, she was the one who inspired me to go into the teaching profession.
Come see you. Middle of next week, maybe. Oh. No, I understand. How about the next week? Oh. Uh-huh.
Please, honey, don't be mad. I'll make it up to you, I promise you. What do you say I'll pack a picnic basket and we'll drive down to the beach? I'll spread a blanket on the sand, underneath the stars. I'll take you in my arms.
I forgive you. I mean, Blanche should forgive you.
Well, that's me. I have to run.
Ma, what took you so long? All they did was draw a little blood.
At my age, that's like wildcat drilling for oil.
Ma, when are you going to get the...
Well, this should come as no surprise to anyone, but our champion is right again.
Right?
How much did you wait? Well, you didn't wager anything. Played it very close to the vest, Rose. Very slick indeed. Dorothy?
Wait a minute. Carrie is not the Grant buried in Grant's tomb. Ulysses S. is.
Ulysses.
I'm stunned.
I'm relieved.
Relieved?
Well, sure, the woman you saw in those horrible drawings must have been Dorothy.
This has got to be one of the worst days in my life. Not one, but 2 of my best friends just...
Final exam yet.
So, shall we order separate entrees and share?
Hold it, who was that?
Okay. So I've had a couple of bad relationships with women. That's not so unusual. Now, where is our waiter? Oh, waiter! This church.
Well, if you're not leaving the priesthood, then I've just made a complete ass of myself. Excuse my language, Father, but as an English teacher, I can tell you that's the most appropriate description.
No, it's not.
Oh, how can you say?
Something I read someplace, I've always believed. You know, when you're young and beautiful, it's an accident of nature. But when you're beautiful older, you've earned it. That you created yourself.
Do you really think my picture's beautiful?
Rose, if I still had a locker.
And the veal shack never did taste right.
Oh, Aunt Angela, you made that up.
Hey, I'm 80. As long as I keep talking, I know my heart is still beating.
Angela, may I offer you something to eat?
As long as it isn't veal. What's that because of Pee Wee?
Mr. Belvedere is a humble servant. Stanley, you're a horse's ass.
Hey, big guy. Everybody, this is Dr. Jerry.
Dr. Jerry. Oh, it must be great having just one name.
Very big winker.
It was more than a wink. He came up to me and he put his big masculine arms around my tiny little waist.
I don't believe you.
What?
I don't believe that he put his big masculine arms around your...
So damn special. Oh, God, why didn't I go when he called? Why didn't I go? And this is the living room.
Oh, Blanche.
I know what you mean, Rose. We have had some very special times together. Like the time there was that hurricane and all the power went out for 2 days and we huddled together to keep warm and sang campfire songs and told stories.
Oh, yeah. And Rose admitted that...
On the table with the cheesecake.
It was a cheesecake.
Yeah.
It's what
I
we came to
remember
call those cheesecake scenes.
The first show of the second season wasn't, and y'all were responsible, I'm so glad to say, it wasn't so funny as it needed to be.
I wrote that one.
Now, wait a minute. The one I'm talking about.
You won't, Dad. Now put that guitar down. I want to talk to you.
What's the matter?
Well, I don't know what's gotten into you. Daddy, you're no singer.
Well, I know I'm no Hank Williams yet,
Well, no,
but...
that's not what I meant. I mean, at your age, just out of nowhere to decide you're going to go off. Which reminds me, Rose, your rent check is late.
Hello. Yes, she is. It's for you, Leona.
Who is it?
Your father.
Big Daddy? Is that you, Big Daddy? Hello, darling. How are you? Oh, I'm...
And teenagers. It's really so discouraging. Parents don't talk to their kids about sex. I mean, this is so important. You think they could get past their embarrassment.
Thank God I was one of those progressive parents.
I was amazed at how you use those technical terms. You told me never to let a boy touch me, you know where.
You don't want the doctor to operate?
No.
Then it's settled. We'll do it here. Blanche, go boil some water and get me a pillow. Rose, sharpen my Ginsu knife. Dorothy, pick out a shoe you'd like to bite on.
You're not serious.
No, I'm just acting as stupid. Broke her hip, fell through the shower doors, hit her head against the sink, got a concussion, and swallowed her dentures. To hear her complaining, you think no one else had problems. I took some of her cookies. You hungry?
No, I'm too upset to eat.
Honey, they're doing everything they can.
Oh, I...
Here you go, Padre. Thanks for everything.
Brother, can you spare? Handed by my beauty.
Blanche!
Oh, my God.
Want a glass of water to wash down your foot?
Blanche, was there something you didn't realize the other night?
Oh, you mean about you being blind?
Thing. Killed your father.
Dorothy? Dorothy?
She's out cold. A fever takes a lot out of you.
Come on, Sophia, help me get her into the bedroom.
I think she's comfortable here.
Oh, all right. I'll just prop her up a little. Mike, when it comes to art, you cannot hold a candle to me. So why don't you give me back my clothes and banquet before you go and mess everything up?
Listen to me. Mr. Allen gave me that banquet, and I intend to take charge of it, regardless of your childish insecurities.
Childish? Who are you calling childish?
Who are you calling a backstabber?
Girls, I think this little fella better stay. Snowball. You start out with one little harmless lie, and then you have to tell another one to cover up the first. And then another, and another. You know what I mean? And then before long, you've got an An entire snowman built out of lies. Dorothy.
Cheesecake, Rose?
Let's taste it and find out.
How's the skating going?
Oh, Jamie, so good to see you again.
Well, I'm glad to see you too, even if it is only for the weekend. Fortunately, the business with the will shouldn't take long.
Well, I shouldn't think so. I'd hardly expect Mama Devereaux to leave me the family silver.
Well, as her executor, I had to go over her will with her.
Come on, Rose, why aren't you ready?
I'm not going.
How come?
Well, Miles might be there, and I don't know.
Oh, now, Rose, don't say you're going to feel stupid. You are not stupid. You just march to a different drummer.
Yeah, the little wind-up monkey. Bang.
Here, well, Ma, it's because I'm afraid of losing you.
I understand that, but Pussycat, give me air. I know you love me, but maybe we can make decisions about me together.
Yes, Ma, we will. I mean, if the right person comes along, great. But I don't need a man to be happy.
I didn't realize that about you. On Mrs. Contini's questionnaire, there's a box about that.
Anybody for barbecue chicken?
Oh, I'm afraid we're out of charcoal, honey.
Oh, who needs charcoal? That's what these letters are for. Now, if I can just... It's been a real pleasure. Good night. Lucy, you're grounded for the rest of your stay here.
Aunt Blanche, wait! You're embarrassing me. Now, why don't you go get a good night's sleep and we'll talk about it when I get home tomorrow.
I don't think you heard what I said. You are not going anywhere.
Aunt Blanche, I'm 20 years old. I'm going wherever I please.
Brought back lovely memories, but I'm not the same woman you walked out on 2 years ago. I mean, my whole life has changed, and quite frankly, I like the way it is. The fact that I'm on my own now,
God, Dorothy, are you saying you won't take me back?
Well, we could never have things the way we used to have, Stan.
Well, you probably want to get her operational as soon as possible. After all, she's quite a showpiece. Where do I install her?
Well, actually, Lou, we're going to install her ourselves. Follow me.
Hold it. You're not serious.
Why not?
Oh, ladies, the installation of a toilet's a very delicate procedure. You gotta go to school, you gotta be...
Got out of the car, I noticed a swarthy man with a weapon.
Swarthy man with a weapon?
What are you doing?
Buenos dias, Fernando. The gardener trimming the hedge.
I was running. He was blurred. Oh, no. Blanche has been attacked.
Sort of.
Oh,
I just love watching you two kids kiss. It's so beautiful to see. He loves you, Pussycat, he loves you. Listen, Luke, I want you to know, I don't feel like I'm losing a daughter. I feel like I'm gaining a sucker. Son. Son, where did the
refund on this lamb chop? It looked fine in the case, but when I got it home, the bottom was all fat.
Come with me.
Sophia, please. I don't want to make trouble.
When's the last time you saw me make trouble?
Aisle 3. Oh, relax. Sir,
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I already told you.
One thing only. You can no longer have children.
Oh, it means more than that. Much more. God, I can't even believe I'm really here. You know, I mean, at this point in my life, I can't believe we're having this conversation about me.
It's hard for you to accept.
You know, nobody in my family's ever seen a psychiatrist.
Ma, well, all she saw was the woman she loved growing old and wrinkled in a wheelchair.
Just goes to show how different one generation can be from another.
Absolutely.
I'll see. Well, what y'all want to do now?
We had to slaughter our own meat, prepare our own seasonings, and if the food wasn't perfect after cappuccino, they shot the cook.
Ma, you're making that up.
No, I'm not. Why do you think there are only 2 guys from Italy?
places, everybody.
Rose, the singing group. He's the one in the middle. Used to be on the end till Lionel Richie left.
You and Jeffrey been spending a lot of time together.
Oh, yes. You know, just when I'd given up hope of meeting someone, along came the most gallant, sophisticated, charming man I'd met in ages.
And I bet he knows how to tie a...
You. I just got very confused. I hope I didn't make you feel uncomfortable.
Well, I have to admit, I don't understand these kinds of feelings. But if I did understand, if I were, you know, like you...
Me keep my room, and I have an interview with McDonald's today. If I can see over the counter, I'm their new fry girl.
Oh, Rose, what happened?
My brakes went out, and the car wouldn't stop.
Oh.
My whole life flashed before my eyes, and the Neuterflocken twins played a...
Rose is in big trouble, that's Dreyfus. It took 2 guys to pry him off the Steinberg's plastic flamingo.
Going through. You know, like when Clay was in high school, all he ever wanted to do was go see gladiator movies. It's the same kind of thing.
Almost exactly. Rose, honey, congratulations. I hear you've been nominated again for the Volunteer of the Year award.
Yup.
Have you noticed that Rose has been acting peculiar?
Yes, Blanche, from the first day I met her.
Well, I mean, since she's been getting ready for her daughter's visit. I think it has something to do with her will.
But she's just excited about seeing her daughter.
No, I think it's more than that. You know how she said she was nervous?
Where we can spend some quality time together.
You got that idea from her fable?
No, I got it from this brochure somebody left on the table. But I'll tell you, I never would have read it if her fable hadn't bored me to tears. Thank you, Rose.
You're welcome.
Ma, I have a surprise for you.
Would have turned around and smiled.
Listen, Blanche, ruining a man's career for a one-night stand is hardly something to make light of.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You girls don't believe this. Well, I mean, I'm not denying that's me in the photograph, but I am denying that anything happened. I just dropped off his folder.
Then was 12 when he stopped. He wanted to come home from school at lunchtime. I got nothing left up here.
Oh, Ma.
Well, she's gone.
That on the committee is female. Who are you going to sleep with?
Are you insinuating that I cannot win it on merit alone? All women?
So where are you going all dressed up?
Raymond invited me.
No, you did, Blanche.
All I ever wanted was to be special. I thought this would do it. I thought I'd publish a novel and I'd be special. Of course, I've always been special because of my looks, but they won't last forever. I have to be realistic. Another 20 or 30 years. Oh, myself.
We have created a poetry-writing citrus farmer who writes letters with a lavender felt pen. And Rose thinks he's the most fascinating creature on earth. Now, what do you think that says?
About Rose?
About the whole bunch of us.
Dorothy, I got a big problem.
The Metamucil. Oh, you don't have any clothes on.
Tell me about him. I just walked 10 blocks. I got a belly button full of tweed.
Well, what the hell happened?
In the middle of bingo, Maury Heseltine sits down. He's the big practical joker at the center. Believe me, Howie Mandela's fun.
Actually, I spoke with the demolitions guy. BH stands for blast here.
Okay, boys, upstairs we go.
Wait a minute, what the hell do you think you're doing?
Now, look, I'm a patient man, but your friend is trespassing, and I'm having her hauled out of here.
Let's go, boys.
You hold it.
And just like that, it stopped. Mind over matter. You can do the same thing, Rose. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, come on. Of course you can. You just have to think positively.
That's right. Listen, why don't you go to your room right now and start working on your speech, and then after a while you can try it out in front of me and Dorothy, okay?
Okay.
Yes, go on. Go on, Rose.
Called me, Rose. I know why you wanted to have dinner.
You do?
You wanted to tell me that maybe we should stop seeing each other.
Ernie, that's not true.
Now, come on, Rose. I mean, after all, you can't be happy with the way things are. I mean, you're a healthy, active, sexy woman.
Well, I'm also a patient woman, Ernie. I mean, really. I will never forget the look on your face when Dorothy and I tangled onto the floor.
And I will never forget the look on your faces when you were disqualified and I won the $1,000.
And it was so sporting of you to share your...
Flip, you were saying?
Never mind.
You think the rain is ever going to let up?
You know something? I honestly don't care. Who needs outside distractions? What we have here is more important.
What we have here is getting on my nerves.
Ma, where are you going?
Someplace where there are no...
Of course, it wasn't really the wilderness. He'd drive in circles for about 20 minutes and then end up in the woods just beyond the barn. It was years before all the kids caught on to Dad's trick.
What do you mean, just beyond the barn?
Here we are. Time since I've done this, and I'm sorry. You have given me a lot to be thankful for. My wonderful children, my health, a beautiful body, legs to die for. A face that is stunningly sexy and yet has the...
Because in spite of everything, you're still the best.
I think I'm going to cry.
No, honey, now don't do that. Your eyes will get all beady and your nose will swell up like Carl Malden.
Wait a minute. If you bought the ring back, how did you come up with the rest of the money?
So,
It doesn't say Great Ocean View.
Now look, these accommodations are simply unacceptable. Now we want the room described in the brochure or we will take our business elsewhere.
Okay, have it your way. But don't expect a refund.
We just checked in. We haven't paid for this room.
Uncle Nunzio, but we call the goat a pet. Anyway, Ma, I want you to drag out anything that'll jog your memory about the old days.
You know, people in St. Olaf are lucky. We all have the same family tree. You can trace each of us back to the same brother and sister. Let's have a look at you.
No, this is the first time a female doctor's ever examined me. Feels kind of strange.
I hear that a lot. You know, the truth is, despite the progress that women have made...
I couldn't eat another bite. I gotta tell you, even though you eat raw fish and you like to listen to a piano being tuned, I find you awfully cute.
Sophia, cuter.
For just a few moments.
If I may be so bold, the pantyhose are nice too. At least the hose part.
I can't tell you how happy I am to finally meet you, Isaac.
Why don't you two just run along and we'll catch up with you later?
Blanche.
Dorothy, don't you see that something is happening here?
Yes, it's the beginning of a disaster.
We don't know.
Patience, Blanche.
I think much of the credit goes to the food. It's original yet familiar, piquant yet comforting. Blanche tells me she worked very closely with the caterer.
Did she tell you they were naked most of the time?
You'll have to excuse my mother. She was a witness to the Hindenburg disaster.
This morning, I just couldn't go to the drugstore without giving you this.
Well, thank you. Why are you going to the drugstore?
I'm your pharmacist.
You're Bill. Bill the pharmacist.
Bill, the man in your life. I'll pick you up after work. Goodbye, my love.
Parents used to give me. Ma, do you remember that Christmas they gave me soap in the shape of the Seven Dwarfs?
Well, now what's wrong with that?
Oh, what kid wants to play with soap? Besides, after a couple of baths, they looked like 7 suppositories. So humiliated my entire life.
Oh, come on. You've been humiliated plenty. Remember when you tried out for cheerleading in high school?
Ma, why do you constantly look for ways to amuse yourself at my expense?
Because we don't have cable and I can't crochet.
That is
Wonderful.
fantastic.
I have faith again. Kill the killers. This calls for champagne. I'll get it.
Oh, no, honey, there's none on ice.
Well, I'll put some in the freezer. Be ready in 20 minutes.
Oh, so what happens now? I guess you press charges, right?
Well, no, actually not. He might press charges, though.
But there are bugs there. And they'll think Stan is their leader.
All right, in you go.
Oh, isn't this lovely?
I won't go if you don't want me to, but I do want to go, so can I?
Would your mother let you go?
No.
Then go.
Thank you. Oh, you're the best. I'll see y'all later.
Isn't she something? I'm really proud of her. Now, if I could just manage to rope myself a doctor that easily.
Blanche. Of course I mean it. Look at her. My cab driver would fall in love.
Oh, I'll get it.
Harry.
Oh,
Hi.
my pretty.
Oh, Harry. Everybody, this is Harry. Harry, this is Rose.
Rose.
And Dorothy.
Dorothy.
And this is Sophia.
It anymore.
You mean you can be too old?
Rodents can be, not humans.
Is that a theory or is that based on personal experience?
Both.
Dr. Parks, there's a lizard out on the lanai that's looking awful peaked lately. I wonder if you'd mind taking a look.
Not at all.
Oh, what wonderful things have you got planned for tonight?
Nothing. I was going to cancel, but my therapist wouldn't let me.
Perhaps if we spoke to him together.
I'm sorry, I'm still not really recovered. You see, after 25 years of marriage, my wife Roberta sent me a Dear John letter.
That's terrible, married 20.
Nice.
I'm working off all my excess sexual energy.
Why don't we just hook you up to the toaster and make Pop-Tarts?
Don't make fun, Dorothy. This is the 5th Friday night in a row I haven't had a date.
Honey, you're just in a little slump.
Is that what this is? I've never been in one before.
We're able to walk in October.
So, where are you going?
Out with a friend from work. Is it the same friend you've been out with 5 times in the last 3 weeks? Yes. All right, spill it. Who is he?
His name is Dr. Jonathan.
Shrink, that chicks really eat that stuff up. Anyway, Catherine and I fell in love, and on the spur of the moment, we decided to get married. The wedding is a week from tonight, and you're all invited. I talked to the kids. They said they're going to try and fly in. Well, I gotta go now. I'm on my way to surprise Catherine with this.
But now you're here in front of me and you can't run away. And I finally get to have what you tried to cheat me out of. I finally get to say goodbye, Stanley.
Look, Dorothy,
I said goodbye, Stanley.
Oh, I'm so happy things are going so well for her. Practically accepted into college. Now she's flying off to the Bahamas with a doctor.
Blanche, this trip to the Bahamas, it is not with the doctor.
What do you mean?
Girl's a slut.
Hello? Frank's Flowers? Hey, Frank. Sophia Petrillo here. Listen, I decided the price you quoted me on those centerpieces is too high, so I thought maybe we could make a deal. Now, my daughter is single. What do you mean, is she easy? You're talking about my flesh? She's 125. You can't pry the yogurt out of her hands.
I'll get the papers from my office.
Okay, Sophia, let's go. Go where? That's not Lillian.
You said you were Lillian.
You think I'm in here?
And I love you.
Fine. Now keep your fat mouth shut so I can get some sleep.
Jean thinks she's in love with Rose.
Say yes. I need a friendly shoulder to cry on.
All right, give me a minute. Girls, I need a shoulder to cry on.
Dorothy, what did that creep do to you?
It's not for me, it's for Stan. He lost the business. He has to take his mind off his troubles.
What do you want us to do?
Are Miss July's all-time favorite films?
You are right once again, and I believe that she has taken up windsurfing since her magazine appearance.
That's correct, Alex.
Thank you, Johnny. Charlie?
Hey, I'm on a roll. Give me more babes for 500.
Wait a minute. This is ridiculous. This isn't Jeopardy.
It's a dream.
Some talk about us going up to Palm Beach to be in the cotillion.
Oh, that's wonderful, and I'll be back in dancing shape by then.
Well, you don't understand. We've changed our act. We're no longer the Tip-Tap Trio.
Huh? Who are we now?
Well, we're now known as...
Familiar with the big gun.
Here goes. Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, you.
Number 1, lose 200 pounds.
Done it.
Number 2, never be burdened to children in old age.
Moving on.
3, make amends with Guido Spirelli.
Hey, Harry, flip on the game, will you?
Not another game. Oh, come on, Tina, let's go. I'll see you back at the house.
Was coming here in the first place.
Dorothy, I thought you went to bed.
Can't sleep. I just lie awake thinking about Michael and Lorraine.
Gloria, does your luggage have to sit in the middle of the room?
No. It could also roll over and play dead. Something bothering you?
Of course not. What makes you say that?
Do you want to talk about it?
No. Yes. You come here with your limo.
The problem is, overlook it. My mother did with my marriage. And if you say something smart, I'll slap you silly.
Listen, this is a private moment, so butt out, Rambo.
To share an old-fashioned Christmas with some other people.
At gunpoint?
Would you stay here and spend Christmas with me if I just asked you?
No.
Well...
But why would you want to spend Christmas with a bunch of total strangers?
Annette. Well, hello there. Anything I can do for you?
At least now she asks.
Good afternoon. Sorry to bother you. I'm Agent Bell with the Secret Service.
Well, why don't you come right in?
Thank you, Mrs. Devereaux.
Could, but I'm driving the bookmobile for the Grief Center tonight.
Oh, I thought you'd do that during the day.
I usually do, but I got tied up at work and I didn't have time, and now I feel so guilty. There are so many depressed people out there with nothing to read. Of course, when I'm depressed, I can't read. I knit. Maybe I should drive...
Gorgeous! Let's give us both a big hand!
Girls, I am so sorry.
Oh, so am I.
Uncle Nunzio, but we call the goat a pet. Anyway, Ma, I want you to drag out anything that'll jog your memory about the old days.
You know, people in St. Olaf are lucky. We all have the same family tree. You can trace each of us back to the same brother and sister.
Here goes. Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, You irreplaceable, you.
Dorothy. My mother, too. If we don't find her, I don't know how I'm going to respond. But I'd like to think I'm not going to be any less sexy.
You're just a great big pile of estrogen, aren't you? Oh, where is Dr. Warren? I mean, this is insane. Where do doctors go in the middle of the night?
Well, their call rooms are up on the 12th floor.
Dorothy, I really need for you to understand this. I've been thinking a lot lately. I think we're in this for the long haul. Dorothy, I think this is going to be a very serious relationship.
You certainly know the way to a man's heart.
I'll just take these in.
Oh, I'll help you.
Who wants birthday cake?
Oh, what's in it?
Oh, it's a secret. And in some countries, a vaccine.
Listen, I'll give you 20,000.
Nothing to think over. What he did is sexual harassment. He cannot get away with that.
But I don't know if I can pass this course on my own.
Oh, Blanche, believe me, in the long run, you'll be so much happier if you use your brains instead of your body.
I don't know if I can. When I was little, I was always overshadowed by my sisters. They were...
Tom Gallagher. Blanche, you're too good for him.
Dorothy, I will never understand what it is you have against Tom Gallagher.
He is a shallow, insensitive snob who stands you up constantly.
Dorothy, there happens to be another side to Tom Gallagher that most people don't see.
What is it?
I don't know. I'm one of those people.
The only thing that's been in more hotel rooms than she has, and she can't remember a word of it.
Look, it's obvious they're not going to let us see Rose, so I think the only thing we can do is pray. All right. Oh, please, God, hear our prayer. From the halls of...
For me, just because I had hairy legs.
What'd they call you?
Rose with the hairy legs.
Kids can be so cruel.
Well, it's almost dinner time. Now, what can we take a name?
Nothing, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
Dorothy, I want to talk to you about my apartment. I'm grateful. I love where I live. And the last thing I want to do is to come to you with every little problem.
Is it true what they say about black men in bed?
Oh, yes, definitely. Oh, yes, definitely. That is something I would like to know about, too.
People have looked right past me. You know, when I was growing up, the first day back at school every year, half the other kids always thought I was new in town. I had to bring in a yearbook to prove that they were wrong. But all the same, I always felt that deep inside me was a great man trying to get out. So I went into politics.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. You should listen to yourself sometime. What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Well, then why don't you come to the meeting? Maybe you'll find something to make your life better.
Oh, all right. Rose, if it'll make you happy, I'll go.
Rose, me too.
Oh, you won't regret it. They said they could stop it if they could sacrifice the town's dumbest virgin. I don't know why I raised my hand. It must have just been the excitement of the moment. But they said the only...
Rose, we are going somewhere with this, aren't we? I mean, if not, I'm going to cut out your tongue.
Yes! Sven came back to haunt Gunilla. Since then, every Tuesday night at...
Just as soon as the doctor gets
Yeah, but
here.
Kirsten lives an hour away from here. We don't want Rose to be alone now.
I'm sorry, those are the rules. But don't worry, your friend is in stable condition.
So why can't we see her?
I said family only.
Look, You have never met this woman's family. They live in a place called St. Olaf. Water.
What is she gonna do with water? Has water ever made you feel better when you were upset? Have you ever heard anyone say, "Thank God the water's here"? Call me when dinner is ready.
Sanitarium up north.
I'm going to enter the U.S. Senior Sports Classic, and I'm going to win.
I had no idea that you could skate that well.
Oh, when I was young, my folks had me train for the U.S. team. The day the Olympic Committee came to St. Olaf, I was so nervous.
News. They're sending me back.
Oh, Mario, I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Oh, good. It's so unfair. I can't believe it. But listen, this doesn't mean that we're going to have to give up. We're going to fight this. There are legal ways to keep you in this country, and tomorrow morning we're going to find out.
Room furniture! Retail price for this magnificent prize, $12,000. But that's not what you picked.
Thanks for pointing that out.
You're welcome, Dorothy. Let's see what's behind window 2. It's a brand new car.
Thank you.
Damn, I'm good.
I put my head between my knees.
No, that's for nausea.
When I'm scared, I'm nauseous. You remember what happened when that man tried to steal my purse?
Worked better than Mace. Honey, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about.
Well, anyway, all the same, I better get busy writing down my act.
Just to make sure that you don't settle into old age.
So you're saying you make me vacuum and dust and scrape crusty stuff off the tile because you love me?
Honestly, it tickles me.
Pussycat.
I'm upset because we haven't told her the truth about Buddy.
I thought everything turned out all right. She gave him the brush off. She didn't give him any money. He didn't even take the watch.
I know, but we're letting her live with a lie.
So a little lie gave her a lot of pleasure. What harm does that do?
Oh, I don't know.
Then what's the problem?
It doesn't seem words managed to move the heart of a major world leader.
And I would like to hear those words, too. Now, you promised us you'd read us that letter.
I never will. It's too embarrassing.
You just said today was the worst day of your life. What have you got to lose?
I'm never going to read this letter. Never.
All right, then, will you let me read it?
Oh, fine. Kick me while I
Hasn't even gotten there yet. Look, all you got is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Done. Straight. Mark it down. All right, Dorothy, you go get him, darling. Go get him good.
Nothing to it. As I told you before, all we have to do to win is just...
Whoever thought it would rain for 24 hours straight? Red sixes.
While we're gone.
Hey, who am I? Get out of here.
Dorothy, do you have the airline tickets?
Yes, Rose.
And the passports?
Yes, Rose.
Did you remember to bring Pepto-Bismol?
Yes, Rose.
Dramamine?
Yes, Rose.
And chewing gum in case we have to pop our ears?
Yes, Rose.
Did you call a cab to take us to the airport?
No, Rose. I called 2. Do you realize what would happen if there were no swamps?
New Jersey wouldn't have a state smell.
I'm just in over my head. I mean, what with the banquet, press releases, petitions to be signed? Ma, what am I going to do?
I'll help.
Oh, Blanche, that's sweet, but honey, aren't your hands tied with all the...
And apologized about the things he was saying when we were leaving. Then he invited me marlin fishing. Just the two of us on the open seas. He says it's the ideal vacation.
Sure, no witnesses.
No, Blanche, I know you find Rex alluring, but honey, I know where you're headed. I mean, I was once in an abuse...
Ma,
you are not dying.
I am, Dorothy. I had a dream last night, a death dream. Your father spoke to me.
Spoke to you? How?
Do I look like Rich Little? Just listen. I'm sitting in the living room, and the clock strikes 9. Then the bell rings. It's your father in his fedora. He always...
I just wish there was something more we could do for these people.
Especially the children.
Yes, I know. I'm supposed to look after their spiritual needs, but even I can't help thinking they have other needs that are far more pressing. Well, I'd like to thank you all very much for coming. I wish you every blessing for the new year.
Very cool. So he took me right there behind the sausage and pepper stand. Hey, we were behind the garbage cans. It's not like we were in front of everybody.
I can relate to the festivities part, so...
This is my seat. You're sitting in my seat.
Excuse me, I didn't know your 80-year-old butt was so sensitive.
I sit in this seat every day. You got no right sitting in my seat.
Relax. I'm moving.
You're always doing this kind of thing. You're never thinking about anybody but yourself.
What are you talking about?
Renee, Jenny just left for college. All your kids are gone. This is a perfectly legitimate problem.
It's the empty nest syndrome. When I had it, I didn't know what it was. I was just very depressed. By the time I figured out what it was, I was going to tell Charlie, but he died that night. I was so...
Because a cow can't pull a ripcord. Well, the project wasn't a total failure. If there's one thing the Germans hate, it's a mess.
Just tell me, is this damn bond worth anything?
Well, yes, $1,000. $1,000!
Well, hot damn!
And I said, I know someone really well who could just knock this out of the park. And that's how it started.
And in terms of casting, was Estelle Getty in the mix in the beginning, or did you...
She was the first one.
Hello?
Well, girls, how'd it go?
Terrible. I can't believe you live 80, 90 years and wind up in a place like Sunny Pastures. I guess I'm...
The brilliant one. She sat in my daddy's lap for 16 years. Oh, and she was hateful. You know what she used to do? She used to bite herself on the arm and then run crying to Daddy that I had done it and he'd punish me. Oh, she got me in trouble all the time. Daddy used to call me the bad seed. Once she even electrocuted me.
Millions in video games.
Oh, this is so strange. You know, you teach kids year after year, but you never know how they turn out. Look at you. You turned out just great.
Hey, 75 was a big year for me. My grades were in the toilet. I was ready to bail. Till they brought in Attila.
Getting remarried, and I wanted to meet the lucky guy.
This is so strange. I always thought Daddy was much taller than that. I don't remember him like that at all.
Well, that's probably because his size didn't matter to you, Rose.
When you really care for someone, you see them for what they are on the inside.
Nothing else matters. Oh, no. I just have something in my eye.
That's dog love in your eyes.
All right, I admit it. I love dogs. It just breaks my heart that dog is gone.
I know. I felt the same way when I dropped him off. That's why I stopped.
Oh, now, come on, Blanche. This is ridiculous. You can't stay here all night. You're going to have to eat sometime.
Oh, this is where you don't know me, Dorothy. I can go for days without food if that's what it takes.
Oh, come on, Blanche. You've been known to...
This is the best champagne I've ever tasted.
It should be his $430 a bottle.
Rose, I can't afford that.
Well, you did say the best.
Rose, for heaven's sake, you should have told me what it was. I said the best. Nothing like this.
Just sophisticated or worldly enough to help.
Oh, Rose, I'm sorry. You got a minute?
Sure, Dorothy.
It's about Eddie. You know, I've been seeing him for a week now. I'm having a relationship with him like I have never had with a man before in my life. It is purely...
Confided in each other. If I betrayed that trust, she'd never forgive me. I'd never forgive myself.
Well, then I think you should talk to her as soon as she gets back.
Well, I think you're right. I do need to try and straighten this out. I don't know what to say to her.
I used to know a girl like that in Sicily. She slept with every Tom, Dick, and Vito in our village.
Annie Dorothy, lighten up.
Honey.
Morning, Annie Blanche.
Oh, the pup's still here.
Yeah, one more day, unless Ma decides to take him bar hopping.
How come you're dressed so early?
Oh, I told Mr. Allen that I'd come in.
You're a little uncomfortable, aren't you? To be honest, I'm not really into the bar scene. I'm telling him off.
I'm telling him off. Well, it's not really fair because I can hear you.
Dorothy, am I showing too much cleavage?
Yes.
Then I'm ready for him too.
I have a surprise for Dorothy.
What? Now that you're off the blood pressure medicine, it's working again?
My God, Sophia, is there anything Dorothy didn't tell you about us?
Actually, yes. I didn't know she was pregnant until 4 days after the wedding.
You just stop that right now. She is none of those things, Rose Nyland. She is gorgeous, 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 gorgeous.
All right. Sounds good. Tell Blanche I'll be back.
And stupid, 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 stupid.
Sophia, can't we talk?
Don't even say my name. I reached out for you. If you didn't love me, how the hell could you make love to me? I never want to see or hear from you again. Blood. 40% off? Oh, you bet she's easy. Sure, Dorothy will love that. Okay, Frank. I'll set it up. Gotta go.
Who is that?
A florist. Guess who just got a terrific deal? I'm shocked.
It was back in high school. I was dating the quarterback of the football team. All the major colleges were trying to recruit him. I was pretty sure he was leaning toward Notre Dame because he asked me how to spell it.
Fight.
No, I saw it. I was here.
Well, there doesn't seem to be any problem now.
I thought you said this was a cold drink. It's lukewarm.
I told him no ice.
You dumb bunch of galoot. What do you think makes it cold?
Your attitude is making me cold, woman, so lighten up and say thank you.
Oh, poor Blanche.
Blanche, I know you need some time to think it over.
You're damn right I do. We're talking about a vital organ in my body here.
I know.
You gonna give it to her or not?
Don't they give you medication at the home, Chuck?
Oh, no. Doctor says I don't have to take it anymore. It doesn't stop the multiple personalities. It just relieves anxiety. I'm not anxious. I make other people anxious.
Hi, Chucky.
Hi, sis.
You're over here early.
Adios. Everybody wave goodbye. I'm off to Brooklyn.
Honey, what are you doing?
I'm going back to the old neighborhood. The doctor said it would help if I stirred up some memories.
Ma, you can't go back there alone.
No kidding. I'm 83. I walk to the driveway. It's a coin toss whether I get back. You're coming with me.
There must be a support group for people like me. We're sorry, Dorothy, but the bylaws clearly state that any derogatory remarks about the king are grounds for immediate expulsion.
Maybe you ought to join an organization that is a little less fanatical in its...
I've been out looking for an apartment. The doctor says I can get my own place.
Oh.
But who can afford 3 bedrooms? Can I go upstairs and see the dog?
Sure, go ahead.
Renee, we don't have a dog.
If he thinks we have a dog, who am I to stop him?
Now, what does this have to do with the diary?
Suddenly I'm on Nightline.
Are we just trying to tell a story here?
There's no point, Sophia. They've done something terrible, and I'll never be able to forgive them.
Rose, isn't there anything we can do?
No, absolutely not. I'm unyielding on this.
Rose, can't you think of anything that'll make us still be friends?
No, this time you've crossed the line.
He finally came back, having invented Hernsberg's press-on warts.
Who bought those?
Hags, mostly. Don't you see, he was successful and he wanted Gunilla back.
Well, what happened to her, Rose?
Experimenting with something new, but it didn't work out.
Dorothy, he's only trying to do his job. It can't be very pleasant for him either.
Actually, as far as stakeouts go, it's kind of nice here.
I thought you couldn't hear with those things on.
Here. The very first night he was in America, his uncle took him to a movie. He felt more excited than he ever had in his whole life watching that movie because of the feeling he got sitting in that theater with all those other people, laughing together, getting scared together. He felt like those people were his friends.
Which one of these necklaces do you think looks better with this dress, this gold chain, or the pearls?
They both look nice, Blanche.
I'm just not sure about the pearls. Do you think pearls nestled in the ample cleavage revealed by my clinging low-cut gown somehow might suggest I'm nothing but a cheap, easy, good time?
They might.
Well, that settles it. Pearls that
I was too shocked, and I didn't know how to tell him. And to tell the truth, I don't even know what I want to tell him.
What do you mean?
I mean that I am totally confused about what I feel.
Hi, Stan.
Hello, Stan.
Blanche?
It's a good thing old St. Christopher had his back to me.
No, there's no doubt about it. She's faking.
Dorothy, I didn't learn to do that till I was married.
I meant Ma, Blanche. And I'm gonna go prove it right now.
When we get to that point, I'll let you know.
Can you believe it? I'm beginning to think Blanche is hung up on her looks.
Boy, you don't need lightning to strike you.
No thanks. Not again. Once was enough.
Demands on you. A woman who'll be tender and kind and gentle. Where the heck is that riding crop?
Are you sure this is helping you get over your...
Oh, I hate him. God, do I hate him. Not only did he steal my necklace, but he betrayed my trust. Oh, please, God, let him get caught. Let him go to jail. Let him rot and die in some filthy cell with the rats gnawing at his eye.
Dyed her hair and ran off to Paris with an artist 10 years her junior. I just got a postcard last week.
Yeah, and now she's miserable and bony and sick of eating snails, right?
No, they bought a beautiful home in Cannes.
Rose!
Granted, not a great example.
Thank you for proving my case.
Here, smell me.
I only do that with the milk, Blanche. You know the rules.
This is the last drop of that perfume Big Daddy gave me on my 21st birthday. I want to see if it still has its fragrance. After all, that was 20 years ago.
Blanche, if your 21st birthday was 20 years ago, you'd only be 41.
That's right.
Gee, you look terrible for your age.
Listen, Rose, I was wondering, if you're not busy Saturday afternoon, the university is playing Shostakovich.
Oh, I'd love to go. And I'll bet we beat them.
Rose, honey, it's not a team, it's a composer.
Oh, Mrs. Doolittle, to show me that it didn't hurt. And I'd come out from under the bed and you'd put it on my chest, and next day I'd always feel better. You remember, Ma?
It's better as a teaching priest at St. Helens instead of a parish priest here. Well, we're going to miss you around here.
Look, I know priests are men and they have urges. What is it, lust? It'll pass. I do without you. Get used to it. Get Cable TV. Dukaka's bumper sticker covering up her Mondale bumper sticker?
Look, Ma, I admit that once I did have a small gambling problem.
A small problem? You bet against your own son's Little League team.
Ma, I had to. I knew that their star pitcher had after-school detention.
You were his teacher. You gave him detention.
Ma, Shady Pines happens to be a beautiful retirement village.
Yeah, right, and Morley Safer just happened to wander in there by mistake.
Oh, Dorothy, we have great news.
You're never gonna guess who we got to star in this year's production at the Community Theater.
Oh, Blanche, please, you say that every...
Didn't cancel.
Oh, Blanche, you can't.
Well, but it isn't fair. He should have told me he was disabled.
Yeah, what a great icebreaker.
Well, if I have to go, you know what I could do? I could take a chaperone. That way I'll avoid any awkward situations. Dorothy, you could be care of her, and Sunny Pastures is not doing its job. What are we gonna do?
I know what I'm gonna do. Make Sunny Pastures do its job. I'm gonna see the man who runs that place and give him a good what for. I can be pretty mean and pretty tough when I want to be. There's only one thing I'll need.
What, Dorothy?
My mother to come with me. Has the same problem. That's why he sits behind a desk. Ma, listen, I want some answers. Now, why did you prepare my favorite meal and then invite my least favorite person to come and eat it with us?
All right. I need a favor. You remember my...
You're good.
Thank you, Dorothy. That makes me feel so much better. And to tell you the truth, I'm still not ashamed of what I did today. I mean, if Deborah Norville stopped for every serious news story that happened around her, she wouldn't be where she is today.
Purple Rain.
Sophia, where's Blanche? I have to talk to her about her car.
Purple Rain.
Hi, Rose.
Blanche,
Eva. Yes, for I am an American. And I'm leaving. I don't need your lousy club to make me feel special. Oh, please. No! Oh, you lost the one.
Tomorrow, we'll handle the situation. Tell Gresham we can get together next week. No, he'll have to come here. I can't go to the coast. No, we're going to have to try to keep that whole week clear for my honeymoon. Sometime around the 17th. Well, if you can close it, all right, do so. Call me. I'm on the plane.
Mario, you spoiled our surprise.
Sorry, I'll come in again. Totally unsuspecting. Here I come, expecting nothing.
Surprise!
Oh, this is great. What a surprise. But it's not my birthday.
I know, honey. We're celebrating your winning that contest.
Oh, wow.
To you.
Dorothy, you know that blue washcloth in my bathroom?
Yeah.
That's how big Caesar's loincloth was. Good night.
Ma!
All right. What did you and Kate have a fight about?
About advertising condoms on television. About Dennis.
Steal money out of his wallet while he's in the shower.
We've agreed to keep our finances separate. He insisted on it.
Well, that's good at least.
He even suggested that since we'll need a bigger place to live, I should give him my half of the money now before I even get there, so that it'll be our place, not his, right from the start.
Stan, about what you said.
Hey, Dorothy, I was kidding. It was a joke.
That's what I figured.
Well, you didn't take a minute, did you?
No. Ma, could I please see you in the kitchen?
Hurry back, Mama Bear. Papa Bear gets lonely without you.
I think things are going very nicely.
Just talking about you. How are you?
Oh, nice going, Dorothy.
I asked her how she was doing. I mean, it's not as if I mentioned her dead husband.
What a surprise! I am absolutely speechless. Except
Bless Ida Perkins every time he sat down to eat a baked potato.
When did you leave the home, Mrs. Perkins?
Oh, maybe a year now. I don't really keep track.
So what made you decide to leave?
Decide? Some things in life you never get to decide. Some things just happen.
These people, and you're all going to Cancun?
Yeah, one of them has a condo down there.
Ma, you were listening at the door last night, weren't you?
No, I swear on your father's grave. Or what used to be your father's grave. Now it's a Duena Schnitzel. But he always liked a pup, so I never made a fuss.
Ma. Ma, thank God you're here.
Arrested for prostitution. I can't believe it. Sophia, we're innocent. I know that. I can't believe these dumb cops would think anyone would pay money to sleep with you.
But it turned out he was looking for his napkin under the table.
Well, what have you all been doing all this time? How long can you make conversation?
Blanche, there is more to conversation than just, can I have a hanger for my pants, please?
Are you saying this should be me and not you?
No, I'm just saying that I am a good person. Hell, I'm a goody two-shoes.
AIDS is not a bad person's disease, Rose. It is not God punishing people for their sins.
It sure took you a long time to spell Welcome Magda.
Oh, I thought that'd be too boring. So instead, I decided to depict Magda's escape from Czechoslovakia.
But isn't that barbed wire?
Isn't it amazing what you can do with icing? I made some nice hot cocoa.
Now, Rosa, tell us how you got up the courage to save that eagle.
It was just a bird.
Well, what about saving that there school bus, huh?
I just gave it directions.
Oh, yeah, but there was a bridge washed out on the road ahead.
Really?
But I've been disrobing in front of Dr. Kagan for 3 years. Why would he ask you out when he's seen the promised land?
I really don't know. Too many squatters? Don't wait up.
Hold it, right into a restaurant and ends up sharing a table with a dashing young Frenchman. They drink, they talk, they burn a cork, and draw mustaches on each other.
What?
Just wanted to see if you were listening. Anyway, the next thing she knows, it's hours later. The place is empty. And the Frenchman bag.
I'll get it.
I'll get it.
Ma, I said I'd get it.
I don't want you to get it.
Let's not argue. You get it.
What am I, your servant?
Hi, Mario! Wow. Jean, could you tell me what the future holds?
Sure. In January, Brooke Shields and Lady Di will star together in a Broadway musical comedy. Senator Edward Kennedy will once again run for their...
No, I mean what the future holds for me and Jonathan.
Rose? I'm not getting...
On rice?
Right, maybe she's a little lax in the housework.
She is more than a little lax. She's habitually late. She's broken quite a number of glasses. And she threw out People magazine before I had a chance to read it.
But, Dorothy, look at all the wonderful things that have happened since Marguerite started working here. So, Margaret, you're from Atlanta.
Well, that's right.
That child over there is trying to steal my daddy away. She's no better than a tick on a slow-moving hound dog.
Why is everyone around here talking like Burl Ives? I'll get it.
Atlanta must be a lovely city. Have they
One born every minute.
Thanks for seeing us home, Miles.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Rose.
Well, hello there.
Oh, I didn't know you had company.
Dorothy, Blanche, I'd like you to meet Miles Weber.
How do you do, Miles? Nice to meet you.
Dorothy, thank you.
A real delight.
I'm glad you're here, Mr. Barton. I went down to the courthouse
Look,
this
this
morning.
isn't a social call. This morning, when I got in my car, somebody let the air out of my tire. I know she did it.
But that's ridiculous.
If I catch her on my property, I'm going to have her arrested.
Oh, Mr. Barton, I assure you, my mother had nothing to do with your tires. It was just a coincidence.
Coincidence?
I've always given you my love and respect. If you can't give a little of that back, you're no longer a part of our family.
Dorothy, I'm telling you, we're doing great. The song will be fine.
Always. God has called me, and I intend to answer.
You're really serious about this, aren't you?
Yes, Dorothy, this means a lot to me. Do you think I could leave you that easily?
A minute ago, you were going to spit on me.
Do you have this much trouble with your kids?
I'm so sorry Helltown was canceled.
Frank, I'm sorry. Please tell me that's a Nehru jacket.
No, it's not.
Rose, let's go heat up the lasagna. Come on. Oh, just one of the Donaldson boys trying to sell us a newspaper subscription again.
Oh, those Donaldson kids won't take no for an answer.
Neither would their father at our 4th of July barbecue.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jonathan Newman.
Are you absolutely
Well, that was because no one liked you.
This is why when I was a kid, I had an imaginary mother.
I can't believe it. Buzz Mueller just called. He's in town.
Buzz Mueller?
I haven't seen Buzz in almost 40 years, since we were dating in high school.
Rose, I didn't...
Hurt.
Dorothy! Sal, do something about your daughter.
Dorothy, come over here.
Decorations in Macy's window, the show at Radio City, skaters on the ice at Mitsubishi Center.
In the old days on Christmas Eve, we used to go to midnight mass. Remember, Dorothy?
Sure I do. Oh, Ma. The music.
Me.
I know that joke.
Everybody heard on the radio that some anonymous ma was complaining that her dependent daughter, Dorothy, doesn't have a life of her own.
Why? Do I look like a woman who beats her laundry on a rock? I meant you should move here to Miami.
Oh, that's a great idea. Angela, you would love Miami.
Aunt Angela, what do you say?
Oh, I don't know. I'm too old to pick up and move to a strange country.
What are you talking about? Before your husband died, you lived here for 30 years.
I don't know.
Oh, come. Well, now that we know we can work our way out of jams, exactly how are we going to work our way out of this one?
You know, there's one thing we could do. We could get something to eat.
Can we concentrate? Seems like all we ever do around here is eat.
Maybe it's all you ever do.
Oh, excuse me. I forgot about
somebody else.
Blanche, I didn't steal your date. Ted told me that the two of you had absolutely nothing in common.
Well, obviously. He's dull, boring, and has dubious taste, to say the least.
That is...
Was a relationship I had in high school with a young man named Benjamin. Now, you have to understand that in those days in the South, a lot of things were still taboo. Certain people were not to mix. So, Benjamin and I had to meet in secret. Oh, we knew if any of the bigots in town found out about us that...
Actually, that first night, I was kind of, well, appalled, I guess. But Charlie was very patient. It was really very nice.
Whose hair do I wash next?
Mine. I'm first. I'm the dirtiest.
Oh, God, you are gorgeous.
Yes, I know. I am Eduardo.
Oh, Eduardo, tonight is very important to us. We want.
Tell him that we went up to Lover's Lane and that we necked.
Oh, well, then I'd have to smear my lipstick, for effect.
Here, let me.
Dorothy's capable of making her own decisions. Does any of this make any sense to you, Sophia?
Not completely. I still think Rose has the capacity to kill.
Oh, Rose, sorry, honey. Pencils down.
I could have used a pencil.
He's crying out with pain and making the most spectacular comeback since Dennis Hopper.
Are you all right, Sophia?
Of course I'm all right. It's just that halfway to the contest, I realized I forgot the wine.
For your muscles, marinara?
No, for me. I always drink wine during cooking contests and my sister Sam.
Ma, this is how Imelda Marcus got started with that shoe thing. Now, Ma, what is going on?
I don't know, it makes me feel good. In a strange way, shopping there makes you feel immortal.
I don't follow.
Let's say you buy 20 cases of sardines.
This better be...
What a meal, Rose, and what a deal, Rose. Uncle Cluck's tastes just like chicken all-you-can-eat buffet.
You love your early bird specials.
You bet, especially when they forget to collect the coupon. Come on, Rose.
Dylan, and then making love in the mud.
You went to Woodstock?
Well, actually, it was the movie, but afterwards we did go home and make love in the mud.
I guess the 60s were a confusing time for all of us, Flan.
Oh, gee, I'd forgotten I had these candlesticks. They were Mother's. Oh, they'd be perfect for the uncle.
Originally it was to keep the Visigoths away, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Am I convincing?
As what, ye old town slut? No soul. This was after I bought her beef sticks and spreadable cheese from Hickory Farms.
Rose, everywhere you look, the rich take advantage of the poor. How can you deny there are inequities in this society?
Well, sure, there are inequities.
Anne, I feel renewed. I feel like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders.
And maybe you should share some of that happiness with your sister.
Ma, face it, we just don't get along.
Your family, you should force yourself to get along. She needs you.
Oh, Dorothy. Gloria, hello, we were...
Scoops in an obscene way. I could never prove it because by the time I would take it home to show my father,
A little of that goes a very long way.
Blanche, I'm having second thoughts about spending another evening with Barbara Thorndike.
Oh, I don't think it'll hurt to give her another
A
chance.
new and fascinating friend. Oh, thank you so much. I'm really touched. Look, why don't I go ahead and get the coffee and let the three of you get to know each other?
Barbara, that is such a stunning brooch. Wherever did you get it?
Oh, I was in Morocco working on a novel, not to mention a dashing young Moroccan.
Mental problem. The fact is, when you take an animal out of its natural environment, it's not uncommon for it to have a hard time adjusting to new surroundings.
Are you trying to tell us that that pig is dying of homesickness?
In a way, yes. My recommendation is to get him back to the farm. Once he's home, he should do a lot better.
Thanks, because I didn't think I could do any better. And that's why I went to that drive-in movie with Stan, and that's why I got pregnant, and that's why I got married.
So what are you saying? If it wasn't for me, you would have married John already?
I don't know, maybe. Or maybe I would have met somebody else, somebody wonderful. But I'll be up for you until 2 in the morning, and you still weren't home.
Oh, yeah, Gertie and I and some of the girls went to Wolfie's to pick up guys.
I called Wolfie's at 11. You weren't there.
Guess who got lucky?
Oh, God.
First Noel, the angels did say. Did I ever tell you about one Christmas, we tried to launch a production of A Christmas Carol with an all-chicken cast.
God, look at the time.
Is it that
Hello, everybody. Is there somewhere we could be alone?
Well, can't it wait till after dinner?
No.
All right, I'm flexible. But of course, you know that already.
No. I want to ask you something now.
Yeah.
James, I'm here about the car.
Miles? No, honey, it's James. You stay right there and I'll get the keys.
How much mileage has she got on her?
Oh, Blanche, there you are. Listen, honey, I have a favor I have to ask. Oh, no, forget it. You're just gonna laugh.
No, I won't.
Yes, you will.
No, I won't.
Yes, you will. You'll just turn it into one hearty laugh at my expense.
Now, Dorothy, this really hurts me. I will not.
You won't even giggle?
No.
That material fresh on Monday morning, I get goosebumps thinking about it. It was just a phenomenal experience. And working with these women, professionals like, you've never ever worked with, and I never worked with again. It was a beautiful experience, and it taught me everything I know about comedy writing.
I'm a sports celebrity.
Be at this hour.
Who do you think? The paparazzi. Now I know why Sean Penn gets so ticked off.
Can I help you?
Hi, I'm here to pick up Emily.
But the child services people said...
Be appalled that Joe Isuzu wasn't played by an Asian actor. And number 3, under no circumstances walk on their backs. Even if they beg you. And they will. I hope you'll reconsider, have a potato day, see you.
I'm willing to try.
Oh, good. Now we can get some sleep.
Oh, I can't fall asleep now.
Still at the rodeo, Blanche?
I can't sleep either. Why don't I make us all some warm milk? After I drink milk, I go right to sleep.
I can think of something else after which...
Money appeals to me, but why the sandwich business?
Because we don't have enough counter space to make kidney machines. So are we partners or what?
Gee, it sounds kind of complicated. Selling sandwiches at a construction site? I don't know the first thing about business. You should ask Dorothy. Or Blanche. At least they'd have some input.
I know. So are we partners or what?
Devotion, honey.
Like what, Blanche? The PLO?
Do you know what I hate doing most after a party?
Trying to find your underwear in the big pile? Hello? Is this Miss Beatty? I beg your pardon? Well, do you have a brother, Al? I see. Well, I must have the wrong number. I'm sorry.
Wrong number.
Right number, wrong.
Well, that about concludes the first meeting of the Hunka Hunka Burnin' Love fan club. But before we adjourn, our secretary has a real special surprise. A genuine Elvis artifact.
Becky?
Oh, yeah.
That fettuccine was sensational. Tell you ladies made a great meal.
Jeremy, as long as you're handing out compliments, you haven't said anything about my new outfit.
I'm in charge of fitness. Blanche is in charge of beauty.
Who's in charge of distracting the twins while the two of you have your swimsuits on?
There's my ride. I'm off to Epcot.
Where
Wait a minute, Ma, where's your overnight bag?
Who needs a bag? We get on the bus.
But I was not going to let it break us up. We are staying together. I don't care what happens. We are family. We are a team.
Come on, everybody, group hug.
We're all invited to a book signing party. Well, I can't believe she ever read a book, much less wrote one.
They're here. I just hope Magda is nothing like Stan.
Dorothy, what am I going to do about my sister coming? By the time she leaves Miami, she'll be more famous here than I am.
Honey, only if they close.
In the Christmas pageant over at the convent. Remember that, Sister Rose?
Oh, my, yes, Sister Blanche is quite an actress.
Yeah, she'd have to be to make anyone believe she was a virgin.
Stanley, you're a pig in a cheap suit.
I could have slept with JFK and don't even know it.
Ma, I don't think so. You're not mentioned in any of the books.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Ma, come. Nicest thing that you have ever said to me.
It is?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're probably right. Most of the time when I compliment you, I'm not being sincere. But I really meant that last one, I swear.
Look, Blanche, the rusty anchor is not worth risking our friendship over. If you want
you to know you're the only woman in my life.
That's a sack of cold chestnuts, mister. Blanche. Don't you blanch me, you lowlife. You think you can just roll into this town and have your way with every woman you want?
There was someone else besides me.
Oh, yes, that was me and that was Rose.
And me.
You slept with the sheriff? I'm sorry. Am I interrupting?
Not at all. Rose and I were just about to go and see if we can fit into our bathing suits yet.
Blanche says we might have better luck if we sprayed our fannies with Pam.
I'd forgotten how.
You know what that popcorn reminds me of? Rex's drive-in out at the lake. You remember the night my date and I parked right next to you and your date? Pretty soon it got to be a contest who could fog up whose car the fastest. I think you won.
You weren't doing too badly, considering.
Francis as in Francie or Francis as in Frank?
I don't know. It's wearing yellow.
We could find out, Rose.
Oh.
Put on the Dolphins game and see if it watches by looking, Rose.
We could change its diaper and see if it...
She makes me crazy. She's always putting down my way of life, my choice of career. She's never been there for me when I've needed her. Never. And all she ever talks about is how much money she has.
Dorothy, there's upsetting news. She's broke. She invested all her money in junk bonds, and now she's broke.
She has no money?
Then, unless anyone here has cause for objection, by the power vested in me by God and the state of Florida, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Lucas, you may kiss the bride.
Her pouty lips, her flaxen hair, her flawless alabaster skin. Her proud breasts seem to be saying, is it just me or is it cold in here?
So?
Pouty, flaxen, proud. What do you need, a photograph? This book is about...
Anyway, you'll never guess what happened. I'm sitting in this bar in Nairobi when who do I see? My roommate from Harvard. He had decided to go someplace exotic where he didn't know a soul either.
Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz and the Ricardos, the Mertzes. Oh, don't tell me you never saw I Love Lucy.
No. I never watched much TV till I moved in here. I mean, Charlie and I never even had a television. We talked about getting one, but Charlie said it wasn't perfected yet.
Fragrance drives a man to the absolute limit of his self-control.
Sleep with me.
Oh, you wouldn't mind, Sophia?
No problem. I just have to remember when I get up at night, the bathroom is down the hall to my left, not my right. The last time we had a guest, I killed 2 potted palms.
And Lucy's.
What about you, Rose?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I use a touch of peroxide.
Shut up, Rose.
You shut up!
Now, stop it. Stop it. I cannot stand it anymore.
You know what I can't stand anymore? That phony accent of yours. What is this, designing women?
You just sit there hour after hour after hour.
Tell me about it.
I just don't know what to do.
Now, believe me, you'll be better off once I put you out of your misery. I have never killed another living thing in my entire life. All right, a bug. Yes, I have killed bugs. But they don't count.
But I can promise you I do not go to bed with men who wear wedding bands.
What if he took it off?
Then I'd see the tan line.
What if he was from Minnesota and had no tan?
Ooh.
Ew, so he's not good enough for you. Listen, my Charlie was 6'2" and...
Ziz, you appear to be in fine physical shape. Do you have any more questions?
Of course. Do I have it?
Oh, we'll have the results when you come back in 3 days.
3 days? What are you talking about? I expect when I go to a hospital for an AIDS test to find out.
I'm sorry, I wish it was faster, but it takes us that long to be sure.
He's bailing us out.
I lost Butter Queen. Haven't I suffered enough?
We'll draw straws.
No.
We'll flip a coin.
No.
Sophia, we had this all settled. Now try and be understanding.
Understanding, I came down here to bail you out and you're still not letting me go?
Ma, will you stop complaining and get us out of here?
Where are your roommates?
Hard way.
Kenny, come here. What's with this clown business? Couldn't you be a lawyer and just hang out with clowns?
Oh, I know it sounds a little odd, Mrs. Petrella, but right now I'm just burned out on law. Frankly, at this point, I think I can contribute more to the world in big red shoes and a spinning bow tie and carrying a little umbrella.
It was the worst of times. It was the worst of times. It was Sicily, 1922.
Oh, Ma, I have a problem.
Just sit down and listen. First of all, is everyone who lives in this house here at this very moment?
Yes.
Then for the last time, picture it. Sicily, 1922.
He's probably the worst lover I've ever had.
I'll get the ice cream.
I'll get the cheesecake.
I'll get the Etch-a-Sketch. At my age, I need a visual aid.
And now, if you will excuse me, I have Gideon Bibles for everyone.
I miss sexy Grandma.
I'm sure a lot of people do, darling. I'm sure a lot of people do.
Rose?
What was the point, Rose?
I guess after the baby came, they needed more room. The point of the story. Well, gradually they were able to make friends, and they ended up the most popular family in town.
But only because they went out and met. I'm getting married. What do you think about that?
I think it's a mistake.
To wear all that makeup.
I know it's fast, but I just don't know when I'll find another like him. He just, oh, girls, he makes me feel so good, so young, so happy.
Oh, Rose.
Now, remember that.
If it's any consolation, Dorothy, I think what there was of your wedding was very beautiful. And the album won't be as bad as you think. I mean, the photographer got some great shots of your friends leaving with...
Just a kidney stone. I had it appraised. I mean, this went on for 2 years before he found a cure.
What was it?
A blonde stewardess with a butt that would have made Gandhi throw in the towel.
So, Rose, you gonna...
Bessie wasn't a mule. She was a big fat lady who pulled farm calls.
For God's sake! What about tractors?
Well, come on, Blanche. If she was too old to pull a plow, how would she ever pull a tractor?
Is an island, and I know you feel like a
Well,
family.
I am family. I'm her long-lost Swedish mother.
You're her Swedish mother.
Yeah. You bet you're sure. Oh, come on, let me in.
I'm afraid not.
Here, let me try, Sophie. Nurse. It's got his schnoz down her blouse. This begins a beautiful love affair. Kids, I was that peasant girl. And the schnoz was Charles the Mole.
Charles the Mole?
Yeah, Charles the Mole. He was the wheelman.
Last place in the world I want to be.
Well, why, honey?
Because of my father. How would you feel if you found out your father was a celibate monk?
It's not so unusual. Look, Rose, we don't necessarily get the parents we want. We get the ones we're dealt.
Whoa! Sophia, were you looking? No, actually, not till you stepped off. But I know it's not a good sign when the first rebound goes into the low 120s.
Oh, Blanche, honey, don't worry. All you need is a little spring tune-up.
And I suppose you did, Cito. When was this? His prom?
Halloween. Listen, Angela, what do you say that you and Ma and I have dinner tonight and, clear the air a little bit? Angela, please.
Hey, I'm willing. But to tell the truth, I don't know what I did.
Maybe you're right.
Oh, okay, then it's all settled. They can stay. Oh, Detective Mullins, we decided you all can stay, so welcome to our home.
Thank you. We appreciate this very much. We'll be back early tomorrow to set up. And don't worry, you won't have to change your lifestyles because of us. All we'll need is a bedroom, a bathroom. We'll use the kitchen.
Help it. Oh, I've been dying for him to ask me out. But we never really talk. We just dance.
Well, what do you know about him?
Nothing. Except he's a wonderful dancer.
Oh, well, what's that? All that proves is he has rhythm. Rose? Honey, it's 3 in the morning. Why are you staring at those light bulbs?
I'm running a consumer test for work. I have to see which one of these lasts longer.
Rose, you ninny, don't you know staring at light bulbs?
Don't be ridiculous. I don't treat you like one. Ooh, here's $10. Go take your grandmother to see the journey of Natty Gann.
Shut up and take the money. The hell with the movie. We'll double our money at the track, have a nice lunch in the park, and goof on bums.
Michael seems like...
Sophia, how did you do? Great. Easily a personal best.
Oh, tell us what happened.
It was electric. The starter fired his pistol into the air, and like a shot, I left half my competition in the dust.
You were that fast?
No, it was the over 80 category. Most of them dropped from fright. Pull yourself together, pussycat. Gershwin confused a lot of people.
Dyed her hair and ran off to Paris with an artist 10 years her junior. I just got a postcard last week.
Yeah, and now she's miserable and bony and sick of eating snails, right?
No, they bought a beautiful home in Cannes.
Rose!
Granted, not a great example.
Thank you for proving my case. Another slice of cheesecake, Blanche?
Oh, I really shouldn't.
Honey, what I'm gonna do? Lately, you've been eating like a bird.
Yeah, Rodin.
Sophia, that's the same dress I got.
Well, now you know how it should look.
Each day a great time. The cream of the crop, it's the top of the line. Miami, Miami, you got style. Blue sky, sunshine, white sand by the mile. Miami, you got. You who's exhausted. Maestro, how about something with a little octane?
Okay, little lady. All right, boys, take it away. A 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4.
From rehearsal. How is she, Dorothy?
Oh, no, the doctor says she's fine. She's just a little shaken up. Right now, rest is the best thing for her.
She's a tough old broad.
Well, I knew she'd be okay. Something similar happened to me back in St. Olaf. I was injured during a spirited game of Go Whack-A-Noggin.
On this one, what happened to me at bingo tonight was no accident.
No, I didn't realize how late it was. I really should be going. Thank you all. I had a wonderful time.
It was nice meeting
And
you.
I'll see you on Saturday at the youth fair.
I was hoping we could have dinner before that. I have something I wanted to talk to you about.
Oh, sure.
How did you ever pull that off?
I work in the public school system. It's not that different from this.
Blanche, I'm sorry I yelled at you.
Oh,
I
that's all right.
apologize.
No, don't you worry about it. I think we're all on edge.
This has to be the biggest disappointment of my life.
Yes.
Yeah, this is so exciting. This is so depressing. Oh, it's Saturday night and I'm all nervous and jumpy because in a few hours there'll be a handsome new toilet at my door.
What's going on here? I walk into the bathroom, and instead of a toilet, there's a hole in the ground.
Nice pants, Rose.
Here. A piece of blue sky. Just did what they said. Don't stand there and sigh. Get under the bed. Don't stop to complain. It's no good grumbling, 'cause this isn't rain. The sky is crumbling. Oh, this is terrible.
Enrique,
Rose, do my eyes look honest enough? You see, the lady hesitates. More around the eyes. Make me Cronkite.
Enrique, since I've been working here, I can't move my head anymore. My back hurts, I can't sleep, I have trouble digesting.
That was better than I thought it would be. Now I can't wait to get down.
Hi. Can I get you ladies drinks?
I'll have a Manhattan, and I'm watching, so don't slip me any of the cheap stuff.
I'll have another Harvey Wallbanger.
Seen quite a bit of Mr. Wallbanger tonight.
I'm celebrating because...
And I remembered. I mixed up the rooms, but I remembered. Of course, I thought the carving was in the kitchen. Sal used to hang his salamis in here. Dorothy, I may be fading, but I'm still holding on to some of the big things.
Yeah, and you might get more back.
Might? I insist. All I need is a little more...
Well, I suppose it's been nice having someone look after you since you were young.
I had to. When she was 15, I caught her under a pile of hillbillies. Picture it, me with a crowbar prying cousins off left and right.
Much, much smaller. But bigger than a flea circus.
Tell me, Rose, did they ever shoot a herring out of a cannon? This month, he couldn't set the handbrake on my wheelchair.
Grandma, that was just a coincidence.
Please, all 3 times was at the top of the stairs to the Flatbush subway station.
Mama, if Salvador hates you, why does he want you to come here and live with us?
What?
Salvador and I would like you to move in with us.
Forget it. I am not moving in.
What's to take things slow and have an old-fashioned romance? Take things slow? An old-fashioned romance? How does all this make you feel? Like a lady.
That was good, Blanche. Now do Brer Rabbit.
I believe the fun is about to begin. Ladies?
I think I got to him, don't you?
Your eyes are as good as rolled back.
I do believe that things are going to turn out even better than I... And she and my granddaughter Sarah are coming to visit in a couple of days. I've never been so happy.
Janet, isn't she the daughter who hates you?
Well, that didn't last long, did it? Oh, no, she doesn't really hate me, Sophia. We just don't see eye to eye. But now this is my big chance, girls. You've got to help me. What is something the three of us could do together?
Buttons are, honey. Stand up straight. Put your left hand on your hip. Now, strike a very sexy, sultry pose.
Hello.
Hi, Dorothy. What's wrong with your hip?
I was...
Wish me luck.
Blanche Devereaux?
Yes?
Gloria Schmidt, IRS?
I feel like Hans the plate spinner. Yeah, funny thing about
Rose!
Oh, my God, Dorothy, I need help.
Rose, you're headed for a meltdown. Now make a point. Any point.
The point of the story, actually two of the stories.
He was a gambler to his dying day. In fact, his last words were, $10 says I don't need this oxygen tank.
Why, Donald, I see by my...
Mrs. Petrillo, you're under arrest.
Well, all's well that ends well. What? It's the title of a Shakespeare play.
Well, Rose, nothing is well and nothing has ended. That letter to Rose.
You what?
I wrote that letter myself. I made up a name and I answered Rose's ad.
Blanche, how could you? She thinks someone took an interest in her.
Well, someone did, me.
But what if she expects another letter from this guy? What if she decides...
Why don't you get a rubber hose and whack me around until I'm razor sharp?
Ma, I have a problem. I'm worried about tomorrow. I don't know whether or not I should go on that mission.
Dorothy, for 50 years you've come to me with all your problems. Who should I take to the prom? Where should I go to college? Do you think I should marry Stan? These were...
Original Mickey Mouse Club sweatshirt that Roy wore. I got it at an auction.
Oh, my God, I loved Roy. Oh, there was something about him. Woof. Oh, Dorothy, I just can't imagine a better birthday present.
Neither can I. Blanche?
Still want to be a husband while you let me know. Bye. Dallas. When I went to trade it in, they only offered me half the Blue Book price. I need the whole amount to put down on my new car, so that's why I tried to sell it to you. But I can't go through with it. I cannot sell you that car.
You can't sell it to anyone. Somebody stole it. What? Somebody stole it?
Very nice, Rose.
Findings. There are new diseases arising all the time, things that we don't necessarily have tests for. But that doesn't mean the diseases don't exist.
See how terrific the Chinese are with the most terrific food. Tasty, but not fattening. And I don't care what anyone says. I don't get hungry an hour later.
Ma, let Dr. Chen...
Opened to great reviews.
Morning, everyone.
Clear out, girls. Dorothy needs her space.
Ma, don't start with me.
Now, come on, you two. Let's put on our happy faces. It's a beautiful day and Gloria's coming. Why don't you just kiss and make up?
Why don't you just blow it out your ditty?
Rose, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about.
Well, I just thought you ought to know.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I won't bother you again.
Good night.
Oh, please, Blanche, please, I'm too scared to go back to my room. This kind of thing is always frightening.
We can't kill you here because there are cameras. Now, how did this happen?
Oh, I don't know. They just said they wanted two women who loved each other and slept together.
We do not sleep together.
Yes, you did. Last month when Blanche was having her room repainted.
2, you seldom bump your head. 3, the world thinks you're cute. You think Danny DeVito got to be famous with his good looks? There's nothing wrong with being small, kid, but it is wrong to cheat. If you learn in life to follow the rules and play fair, you'll be heads above the crowd.
Can I give her my blessing? She has hated that man for 40 years, and now suddenly, after a 3-day weekend, she decides to get married. I cannot believe that someone can fall in love that quickly.
My Charlie asked me to marry him 10 minutes after we met. Of course, we were only 7 at the time. My mother was so cute.
Helps for hours is bad for your eyes.
Well, hey, instead of worrying about my eyes, I'd be more concerned with those purple spots all over your face. Oh, I'm sorry, Blanche. I'm frazzled. Not only is this due tomorrow, but I have to make sure this watch really is waterproof.
Drop by.
Well, it's lucky you caught me. I mean, in the evening, I'm usually out with Liz and Steph and the rest of the beach crowd.
Then everything's working out?
I'll be honest with you.
Yes.
It is a dream come true.
Great. Great. That's just great.
Yep.
Rose, look.
Make a lot of pizza as a kid?
No, my favorite uncle, Uncle Gunter, used to sprinkle Parmesan cheese on his hair.
Why would he do that?
He said it was the perfect compliment to the croutons he taped to his eyebrows. He had a Caesar. Hello, this is Rose Nyland, and this is Blanche Devereaux.
Hi, boys.
And we're going to be with you for the next 8 hours on the Save the McKinley Lighthouse Telethon. So please call the number that's flashing on your screen to make your pledges.
And
to be, how he loves you and how much you love him, and I think she'd realize that her time with him was over, and she'd let go graciously and wish him well. In fact, I think that's exactly what she'd do.
All the years of love and companionship, Fernando and I are meant to part company. I'll just have to accept that. Time to time, life deals you an unfriendly hand. There's nothing you can do about it. I guess there's a lesson to be learned here. Sometimes life just isn't fair, kiddo.
A hangover from the sherry.
Ma, you gave the dog sherry? That's terrible.
I was having a few sips while I was rinsing out my underwear. It's a little thing I do Mondays and Thursdays only. Anyway, the dog walks in, looks up at me, and I swear it's your Uncle Aldo's face begging me for a drink. Sicilian, if you don't want to acknowledge it, that's your business.
Fine, Ma.
But I may need a ride later. I want to go to confession. They go easier on you if it's still just an impure thought.
Well, you got in pretty late last night.
I know.
So,
I'm going to call a couple of ticket brokers.
Fine, Big Shot, handle it. See how far you get.
I just remembered I know somebody in show business who can help us. My best friend in St. Olaf has a nephew who's a page at NBC in Hollywood. I'll write to her and ask her to write to him.
Honey, won't that explain our situation? He's always doing charity events.
I guess it's worth a shot.
Yeah. You don't have to go through all that trouble. He'll be at the show. What you need is faith.
And what you need is a psychiatrist who enjoys a challenge.
I'm beginning to like her.
Me too.
You're going to have a lot of fun together.
Oh, Dorothy, nobody can replace you.
Oh, Dorothy, I can't believe it. You're going to walk down that aisle and you won't be home tonight.
Oh, I'm going to miss you.
Well, whoever said a man is innocent until proven guilty sure said a mouthful. I was wrong about Duncan. He didn't kill Tippy.
Well, what about all that evidence? Ma, Stan gave me an engagement ring.
I see. Excuse me.
That age, you don't even have to be pretty, and you're pretty. Anyway, we were laughing and giggling and having a great time, and I completely forgot that I was older. You know, I just felt like one of the girls, and we had a wonderful time. And then I got into my car and caught a glimpse of myself, and I almost had a heart attack. This old...
What is your plan?
His dog died.
That's your plan?
No, I'm going to replace his dog.
Rose, you don't even like bringing me my slippers.
No, I'm going to get him a new pet to
Did you make me go and get all my shots?
I had to lie to you and tell you we were going on the pony rides.
Yeah.
And you fell for it time after time. Just like Pavlov's dog. Only dumber.
Okay, Ma, if you don't want to go to the doctor, you don't have to go to the doctor, all right?
I always felt like I was cheating on you.
Oh, Blanche, every day I was gone, I always wished you'd find somebody who could make you happy. How many men?
2.
Oh, honey, you don't have to ask my forgiveness.
Honey, there are no holes in it.
I know.
That's because they're all in your head. Now listen, I cannot live in a house with a gun.
Dorothy, don't overreact. Rose, good. You get a gun, you kill him.
Kill him, we'll have a dead gardener. Now listen, Rose, this has gone too far.
Standing up with his clothes on. He could be
anybody.
Please, Dorothy.
Oh, all right.
Can I come?
Sure, Ma.
Oh, boy, we're going to the living room. We don't have much of a life, do we, Dorothy?
I must be psychic. Stanley, why are you here?
We need to talk. Let's go in the kitchen.
What, is this private?
No, I'm hungry. You got any bagels? Hello, Rose.
Okay.
Excuse me, miss, you can't go in there.
Oh, the hell I can't. Oh. I ought to kick your butt from here to Tallahassee.
I'm sorry, Blanche.
You're sorry. Do you have reporters badgering you? Do you have roommates calling you a liar?
Entering so many contests.
I did? Gee, I find it hard to believe I'd even care.
This makes it all worthwhile. All those endless hours licking stamps, licking envelopes, temporarily losing my ability to taste sweets.
Rose, what did you win?
A free prostate check.
Oh, what the heck? I do too.
God, I love this man.
Hey, you two. You're not married until I say so. Big smile.
No, but I've been dying for him to ask me out. But we never really talk. We just dance.
Well, what do you know about him?
Nothing. Except he's a wonderful dancer.
Oh, well, what's that? All that proves is he has rhythm. Many times.
You did?
You didn't?
No. Oh, it was nice. I mean, being near Charlie was nice. But it was 5 years before I knew what made your eyes go back in your head. Don't worry, girls. The audience had a real good time, and they got their money back on top of it.
That's not what we're talking about, you titmouse. We were talking about how humiliated we all were by Patrick.
Oh, you're right. I feel so calm and so...
You're the only one who can help me.
After you've had some time, maybe I could call you?
I'm sorry about all this. Really.
The Fender Hooven rocket. Oh, it was a beauty. Fritz really had vision. Actually, he had double vision, which is why it had 8 tires.
So, what happened?
He never got off the ground. Bad promotion.
Have a certain Scandinavian nitwit hiding in the closet with a camera.
Wouldn't it be better if I hid in the closet?
Yes, Rose, I suppose it would.
But do you really think you can get him to remove the neck brace?
Oh, please, I once got a man to crawl out of a full body cast.
But I think I'm too close. Did you have a poppy seed bagel for breakfast?
Will you put that thing down? What do you think you're doing?
Well, I'm making a video for my class at the junior college.
Oh, really? Gee, it sounds like fun.
Oh, I'm glad you think so, because I want you to be one of the stars.
Oh, Rose, I don't think so. No,
None of you.
None of us.
I have enough sketches of each one of you to make my sculpture. When I'm ready to begin, I will make my choice then.
Yeah, but when will we find out?
Only when the work is unveiled at my show. Now, I apologize, but this is how I must work. Now, ladies, I must bid you good day.
Of America.
Miles, she was in her 20s, and she had the most beautiful legs on the planet.
The second most beautiful.
Oh, Miles.
Rita Hayworth had a set of gams on her. Well, no, look, sweetheart, about the age thing.
Again.
Ma, go to bed.
Maybe I'll have some shredded wheat now. That way we'll get to the life sooner.
I'm really worried about her.
Oh, Sophia's always like that when you wake her up in the middle of the night.
No, not Ma, Rose. Ever since she took that death trip, she's been a different person.
Well, that's no excuse.
Boom, 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 Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream.
Bum, 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 bum.
Make him the cutest that I've ever seen.
Bum, 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 bum.
Give him 2 lips like roses and clover.
Bum, bum, bum.
And tell him that his lonesome nights are over. You were saying? It was my high school graduation. I was valedictorian.
You were valedictorian?
Yes. I was 4th out of 19 graduating seniors. Anyway.
Wait a minute. Rose, if you were 4th, how were you chosen valedictorian? And we were going to give you your wedding gift tomorrow, but since we won't see you, why don't you take it home with you tonight?
Oh, thank you.
Good night. Dorothy, are you crazy? We're gonna lose a fortune on this wedding.
And you let her march out that door with your best piece of crystal.
Hello, police.
Be afraid of? Just remember, pull, pull. Oh no, that's skeet shooting. Well, never mind. We'll be just fine. Oh, doctor, by the way, the reason that the baby's father isn't here is because he's busy.
I read the form. I have a pretty good idea what he's busy doing.
I'm really looking forward to dance class today.
I can see that. You're wearing your heat-seeking stretch pants.
They keep talking about that noodle head in the red dress. Could that be code language?
Only to the noodle head in the red dress.
Okay, what happens next?
Well, we should get enough out of this bug in the next few hours to get our warrants and be out of your lives by midday tomorrow.
I'm beat. I'm going to bed.
Oh. Twice. But it's not like I wouldn't have anyway.
Oh, good. The newspaper's here. Give me the classified.
Oh, Ma, you're not going to answer ads in the personals again, are you? We got a lot of complaints last time.
Hey, he asked for a single white...
Them, but he's a prime suspect in a major crime spree.
Where?
Palm Springs, California.
It's good to be mayor.
Let's go.
Mr. Donald Trump.
I have a feeling the 3 of us are going to be together for a long time.
And do you, Max, take Sophia to be a lawfully wedded wife?
I do.
Then if no Elvis in this room has any objection to this union, I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Hi.
I haven't seen you here before.
I usually don't come to places like this.
Well, I can understand. A lot of people feel uncomfortable in a bar.
Yes, I can see that.
Honey, leave it alone.
Blanche, listen. Nothing happened between me and Rose. Just like nothing ever happens between me and any of the women you set me up with. There's a reason.
What are you saying, Clayton?
I'm saying I'm gay, Blanche.
Oh, Clayton.
Gave him.
Years ago, Max and my Salvador were business partners.
They already know, Ma.
Oh, that's what I figured. I got my heel caught in the carpet.
Sophia, she was your best friend. Are you sure you don't want to go to her funeral?
Of course I want to go, but I swore a Sicilian oath I would never cast my eyes on Max Weinstock again. And nothing you...
I don't get it. They don't seem to have anything in common.
I guess it's just like that old saying, you know, opposites attract.
Oh, that's very true. Back in St. Olaf, Ollie Knudensprinkle and his wife Bridget were opposites in every way. I mean, he was fat, she was thin. He was neat, she was sloppy.
But I'll be back later tonight. I got a surprise for you.
Oh, did you get me something? What is it? What did you buy for me, Daddy?
Well, nothing, sugar.
Oh, fiddle-de-dee.
Fiddle-dee-dee.
This is so much fun. It's like being in Gone with the Wind.
The feed store?
Worse. I fed BBs to my prize lamb Harlan so he'd weigh in heavier at the county fair.
Oh, my God, Rose. How do you sleep at night?
I knew it was wrong all along, but I wanted to win first prize. And I would have.
My date will be here soon. I'd better get ready.
Oh, Ma, will you knock it off?
Oh, you're right. At 82, what am I going to get ready? I always have my purse, and I shouldn't pee until he's got the motor running.
At any age, you ought to be ready for your date, Sophia.
Blanche, she doesn't have a date.
No, I was thinking more about that time. Oh, my God, girls. Oh, my God.
What?
Look.
What, Blanche?
Look, look, look. All the men on this plane, they're all beholden.
It's all right, Blanche. The captain just turned off the note.
You are not mad?
Are you kidding? Our friendship was built on years of this.
Trudy, you have made this one hell of a reunion.
Speaking of which, there's a party out there. Come on.
Well, Dorothy Zbornak, I cannot believe you put Rose and me through this.
Yeah. Sicily, 1920. Two young girls pack their bags and leave their tiny village to seek fame and fortune and a meal cooked without oregano. Their journey takes them to a seaside town where a ship prepares to depart for the new world. They're just...
Well, what's the problem?
I'm the caterer. It's 2 o'clock. The guests are waiting. Why isn't the show on the road?
Ma, I know you're in there.
The wedding is off.
She doesn't approve. She doesn't approve? Now, look here, Stretch. I have 100...
I am never speaking to that low-down scuzzball ever again. He changed his mind.
Hello? Yes, this is Rose. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, okay. Bye.
And then one day, suddenly, Pee-wee disappeared. Well, we docked in Sicily, and I was going through customs, and I noticed a strange odor coming from my suitcase. I thought it was the veal shank that I was bringing over for Mother's Day. But when the customs man opened the suitcase...
So I came home.
Blanche called the police. I just saw a big, ugly man with a limp walk past my bedroom window. He was wearing Dorothy's coat. But then again, it was dark, and I tend to over-dramatize. What are you doing home?
She snuck out of the hospital. She's too scared to have her operation. Afternoon, Dorothy. My, don't you look lovely today?
Well, thank you. Oh, and don't you look beautiful, vivacious, exquisite, and Let's see, breathtaking?
Dorothy, you know, at some point I'm going to have to start questioning your sincerity.
This was a lovely afternoon.
Oh, I'll say, I just love the legitimate theater. You know, I missed Mr. Lee J. Cobb in Death of a Salesman. I missed Mr. Marlon Brando in Streetcar Named Desire. Well, I was damned if I was going to miss Mr. Dick Butkus in Pal Joey.
And there's a brand new water heater in the garage and wall-to-wall carpet.
Let's make a toast to friendship.
Oh, to friendship.
I think you better take a sedative before you look.
Don't be silly. I look at my face all the time. How different could it be leaning over? Oh, my God! Oh, my God, Dorothy, why didn't you tell me about this before?
Only on your back, Blanche. That way everything...
It's like you didn't hear a word I said.
I don't know.
Honey, I don't understand. If you and the kids hit it off, then what's the problem?
Well, I hardly ever see Richard. Today was the third time this week he's had a last-minute meeting, and I had to spend the day with the kids.
He's a busy man.
Too busy. Even little Richard came up to me and said, "Now, don't worry, this happens all the time."
No more questions.
Not one phone call all day.
That's not true, Blanche. The phone's been ringing.
I thought I might find you out here. You okay?
I couldn't sleep. I'm just so mad at Dorothy. I mean, she won't let us say goodbye, and I'm sorry, but I need to.
Oh, Ma. Oh, this brings back so many memories. The time I was 5.
Bad idea.
Ma, you all right?
I'm fine. I just panicked for a minute.
Since it's opening night.
I'll give it to him.
Well, why should you give it to him?
Well, haven't you heard that old theatrical saying?
No.
Never accept a rose from somebody named Rose on opening night.
Evening, ladies.
Oh, hello, Patrick. I got you a little something in honor of opening night.
Well, thank you, Blanche. That's very thoughtful.
Well, do you really think she can make a comeback?
Oh, sure she can. Dorothy's running Trudy all over the court. Trudy tripped.
And she's not getting up. You think something's wrong?
I think she's fainted.
I hope it's not anything worse.
It is. I've seen that look before.
You don't think...
Mr. Rose.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Sister Blanche.
Nice to meet you, Sister Blanche.
We're here collecting lingerie for needy, sexy people.
I just heard on TV.
It's work.
Oh, I've missed you.
And I missed you. I wish you knew how much.
I'm not letting go. I'm never letting go.
Come on, Rose, come on!
I'm trying.
Well, try harder.
There you go, honey.
Oh, I had a marvelous time tonight, Ernie.
So did I, Rose. Rose, there's something very important I want to say to you.
Okay.
I want you to know how much I appreciate all you've done. After my marriage fell apart, I stopped being able to perform like a man should.
On the other hand, they are going to crack open my chest and slice my heart like the lox platter at Wolfie's.
Good. Someone's going for lox and get some bagels and assortment.
Stanley's having bypass surgery on Friday.
So I'm not asking him to walk. He can take the car. And Stan, you wouldn't be surprised if you saw him. 22 years old, and all he did the whole time I was there was drink beer and shoot cans with a BB gun.
Sophia!
Oh, Ma, this is Rose's friend, the doctor.
Great.
Too late, Ma. Good night.
Couldn't bear the thought of spending even one day out of the rest of his life without me right there. And then he said, Blanche, would you be my wife? And after I stopped crying, I said yes.
Blanche, you're right. Love is...
Plaid polyester. Rose, you have something in a size 6?
Come on, Ma, I'll help you pick something out. Must be Raymond.
I'll be right out. I just have to get some hard candy and my donut pillow.
Romantic escapades with men.
Then you're gonna hate this. I fantasize about him all day. Last night I dreamed I was Joan of Arc and he was coming at me with a hose.
Ma, maybe it was just a religious experience dream.
Did he put out...
Presumably it was lost in the fire.
Maria was just out to get me. She was always jealous because I still had my own hair.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Petrillo. I have no choice but to bring you in on a charge of negligent arson.
My mother is 85 years old. I mean, surely
I'm sorry, the law recognizes no age limits.
And so Dorothy Parker turned to Alexander Wolcott and said, if you laid all the women in this room end to end, I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Her cage was empty. Where could she be?
Rose, I think you ought to know something. I didn't tell you. In fact, I never told anybody, but I cry every Thursday night.
But I thought you were so happy.
I am most of the time, but hey, it's hard being Blanche Devereaux all the time. It does begin to take its toll. Inside information like this, we could make a real killing buying an original De Kimmel. Then we could sell the painting and pay for the roof and still have money to spare.
To buy whatever we want.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Hold on here. Oh, come on. Now, we're behaving like vultures, like beasts of prey.
Even worse than that. They are tearing down the place where I spent my happiest moments as a child.
Oh, I'm sorry, Blanche. They're tearing down Boys Town.
Dorothy, they are tearing down.
Happy for you.
Well, heck, if you're happy, then I'm happy too.
Oh, thank you for seeing me through this.
Honey, I wanted to ask you about Milton from the center.
Yes.
Well, now, that is strictly a professional relationship.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, there couldn't be anything between Milton and me. He has this thing about only dating fat women.
Morning, Rose, Dorothy. What a night. Did you hear that racket out front? I didn't sleep at all. I think Dreyfus has the hots for our lawn flamingo.
Ma, we don't have...
People only use the when a really big storm is a-coming or a brewing, so grab a sack and start a-shoveling.
Ma, the weather report said nothing about a hurricane.
Ida Perlberg down at the senior center woke up this morning with a leg cramp. Need I say more?
Girls, look. How do I look?
Oh, great, Blanche.
Great or gorgeous?
Gorgeous.
Well, what about sexy?
Yes.
Enticing?
I'll handle this. Blanche, no woman ever looked better than you look right now, and no one ever will.
Oh, Dorothy, I'm glad you're home. I was just upstairs poking around in the attic, and look what I found. Your grandmother's antique kaleidoscope. Here, take a look.
Ma, you must really think I'm stupid.
What, we don't have an attic?
I am not falling for this. It's another one of your... Well, I'm ready for John. Oh, I've waited a long time for this night.
Dorothy, I'm begging you, don't go out with this guy. He hurt you once, he'll hurt you again.
I am not going out with him.
But you said you were going to make him suffer. Don't you have to date a man to do that?
Not this time. No.
My pleasure, meal ticket.
It was at that point that I realized his head was coming toward me.
Were his eyes open or closed?
Open!
Oh.
And then he landed. I thought, oh, Mr. Gordon, oh, if only Cynthia Costello would...
But Uncle Lucas has brought his favorite niece.
Dorothy, I didn't mean to intrude without calling, but I didn't sleep last night for thinking about you.
Oh, no intrusion. I was afraid that I'd never see you again.
Never see me again? I'd buy a julep for the ghost of General Grant before I'd let...
Let me get this straight. Blanche couldn't get the hang of Dirty Dancing, but you could?
Dorothy, now do you see why I'm so embarrassed? Can you imagine a dance with movements just like making love and I can't do it?
Relax, Blanche. Maybe standing up is what's throwing you.
I don't believe we've been formally introduced. I'm Blanche Devereaux.
Yes, I know.
You do?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Oh, I'm flattered.
You're the only student who failed my midterm exam.
Oh.
What was it you wanted to see me about?
Well, Professor Cooper, I suppose you are aware that I'm having the
bigger part than I'd realized.
That must have been awful.
Oh, it was. I don't know any neuter flocking twins. The mind is a powerful thing.
Think of the 99% you don't use.
Anyway, I stopped at a gas station.
The day after tomorrow, Dennis and I are flying to the Bahamas and we're getting married.
Oh, that's terrific! Oh, that's oh my God! Oh, I can't believe it! Oh, I am so happy. My daughter is marrying a doctor.
In the Bahamas. I have a slight hearing loss.
And get this, it's inherited. And it skips a generation. Skips a generation. Yahoo!
Oh. That is not true. You're just going to gloat about this, aren't you? This is nothing but a big victory for you. Look, I am not going to get a hearing aid, and that's all there is to it.
For your hot fudge cake. Free to all my birthday boys and girls. Only $1.98 to the rest of my little friends.
No, thank you. I've had enough.
Oh, I think we have a cranky birthday girl. You see, kids, when you get a little older, you can get a little cranky. And when you get to...
Is Adolf Hitler.
Where's my history book? Is this the man we're talking
Yes,
about?
that is Adolf Hitler.
You can call him whatever you want, but that's Fritz Stickelmeyer. I'm as sure of that.
Until 9 months later, when the baby came. Then I figured out that we had. You know, that was my only proof.
I waited till my wedding night.
No.
Yes.
And? As you've said the same thing to me just that way ever since I was in the 3rd grade. That's sweet.
It's not sweet. It's pathetic. 52 years and you never stopped off anywhere. Get a life. So did you teach anybody anything today?
Well, I tried, but it seems... Get out. Get out. Get out of my house! Get out of my life!
Dorothy, what about the order? We can get into a lot of trouble here. We could even wind up in jail.
Good, good. I want you to go to jail. And I want a big, bald convict named Bubba to pick you for his girlfriend.
Dorothy, you don't mean...
It's Southern.
Sleeping with your brothers is Southern. Dust, Rose, dust. We're running out of time.
Sophia, if you hated your sister, would you clean the house?
I'd put Vaseline on the tips of her walker.
I was as much to blame for all this as you all were.
How?
Oh, by talking so much. As you know, I've always talked a lot about my men, and, well, sometimes I've stretched the truth just a little. It's an old Southern tradition, storytelling. Just because you didn't have a good time is no...
Fine. See ya.
Well, Dorothy, what are we going to do now?
I don't know. This is such a mess.
Well, seems to me we have two choices. One, we can beg Ernie's forgiveness, or two, we can find another contractor.
Or 3, the Sicilian method. Torch the garage, collect the insurance, and build a summer house.
No, I know. But, oh, I'm gonna miss you, honey. Oh, I'm gonna miss you. Oh.
I just love to watch you. Whoa!
Oh, here you are. All right, Rose, I have something to say to you now, and I want you to pay attention. Listen to me, honey.
Blanche, I'm sorry.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry, too.
Oh, no, but I'm really sorry.
Oh, girls, I am so sorry.
Oh, no, we're the ones that are sorry.
Well, Dorothy, I guess we're sleeping together tonight.
Ma, I have a better idea. In my suitcase, there are 2 tickets to Aruba. I think Stan owes us a little vacation, don't you?
Aruba! I love Aruba! Where's Aruba?
Tell us all about the big weekend.
And don't leave out a thing. I want you to start with the sweet nothings he whispered in your ear.
Well, okay. First, he said that I was a very attractive woman.
Yeah.
And then he said I was fun to be with.
Yeah.
And then he...
That hurts.
I'm not having any trouble.
Why is it that doesn't surprise me?
Okay, everybody on their feet. Whirly birds!
Going.
It's my day to volunteer at the hospital.
Oh, Sophia, you know it's really sweet of you to volunteer.
I like charity work. Besides, I got my eye on an eligible doctor for Dorothy. I hope he likes charitable work, too.
Listen, Dorothy, I'm going to an art show tomorrow night. I always...
Sophia, why don't you teach me the recipe? I'm practically a daughter.
Because you have to hand it down to a blood relative or the queen of the festival. When was the last time you had sex?
A couple of weeks ago.
Let's not split hairs. Congratulations, you're the queen.
My relationship with Miles is really getting boring. We even make love the same.
How?
Well, first he says, let's go watch TV in the bedroom. And then I think, wait, he doesn't have a TV in the bedroom. And then he says, come lie down. I want
to be, how he loves you and how much you love him, and I think she'd realized that her time with him was over, and she'd let go graciously and wish him well. In fact, I think that's exactly what she'd do.
you build it much since it burned down and gone with the wind?
Oh, Big Daddy, I'm glad you're here.
Well, I see you all getting acquainted. How are you, darling?
Oh, Big Daddy, we need to talk.
Rose, honey, let's show Margaret how you make the hose dance around when you turn it on full blast. You don't have dates on Valentine's Day. Ma, you want to join us?
I can't. I have a date.
You do?
She's making that up to annoy us.
No, I'm not. I have a date.
What's his name?
I can't tell you.
Have I met him?
No, he's from out to be back. I was getting tired of sitting home and feeling sorry for myself. They may not have wanted an activities director here, but they got one. So what do you say? Let's get active. Hey, Mr. Lewis, would you like to dance? Oh, I can see you've had
Fed twice a day. Walk her after her second meal. And don't give her anything liquid after 10.
Hey, what is this? You're talking about me like I'm an animal. You've been with a man, haven't you?
Honey.
Like me. No wonder I can't concentrate. I need a break. I need a change of scenery. I need to hit Wally's bar for ladies' night. I'll See y'all later. Don't you girls wait up.
Hold it, Blanche. I don't think you should go anywhere till you finish your homework.
Oh, I'll just be gone a few hours.
We'll get right back here.
At me. I tried to convince Myra that he's just a friend, but she wouldn't listen. For some reason, she won't accept a divorce. I really feel threatened.
Ma, Stan gave me an engagement ring.
I see. Excuse me.
Cry or commit you.
You just leave it to me. I know in my heart he'll be here.
Rose, just so I get this straight, you never actually met Bob Hope.
No, but I'm sure looking forward to it.
See what Dorothy's hiding from us. Pictures and doodads. What's this? Huh. 1920. Well, Sophia, you wrote this. Things I want to accomplish before I die.
The list. The list. You found my list. Oh, Blanche, read it to me. Those were my dreams, my goals. I had a similar problem when he was selling real estate.
I didn't know that Grandpa ever owned any real estate.
He didn't. That was the problem. You see, it turned out he really didn't own the Vatican. Although he did have a very close friend who swore he was there the night Pop won the deed in a card game from Pope Ronnie the Mag. It's 39 cents each. I bought 4 gross. Anybody in the mood to remove some plaque?
Oh, Ma, you have almost 600 toothbrushes here. People don't use that many in a lifetime, and at your age.
Please. I'm way ahead of you. I bought half pink, half blue. So after I'm gone, you stories.
Oh, yeah. The boogeyman and the little girl. The zombie in the hamper. Cannibal parents. I think between the ages of 5 and 7, you might have gotten 2 hours sleep.
Dorothy, why don't you ever come to California to visit me?
I was paying attention.
Oh, we sure were. Especially Dorothy. She even talked about taking up sculpting.
Really, Dorothy?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said you'd like to help him mold his clay or buff his marble anytime.
Rose, you're such a kidder.
Whatever those tests show, we're here for.
Dorothy, give me that. For 9 months.
Really, Ma? I'd be more comfortable at a hotel.
Fine. Be more comfortable. I hardly see you. You never come to visit. And you finally get here. You're staying at a hotel. You could have just called.
Ma, do you want me to stay at the house?
Do what you want.
Okay, Rose, what is it?
It's about Jean.
What about Jean?
Well, I don't want to shock you, Dorothy, but Jean...
I know. Jean is gay.
You know already? Well, what about Blanche?
No, Blanche is not gay.
I don't mean that. I mean, she knows.
Wally. Oh, you mean at the actual dance marathon?
That's right. Seems to me I showed you two guys a thing or two that night.
Ladies and gentlemen, our charity dance marathon is now entering its 7th hour. Let's give our contestants a great...
That might be a good time to let him down soft.
A cab is waiting, Sven. Will you come?
Blanche, I've done some thinking. I could never make you happy.
If you could never make her happy, good luck with the lean, mean.
In 2 hours.
Well, that's because we need promotion.
You know Blanche is right. It doesn't matter how good your product is, you have to know how to promote it. That sure was the case with Fritz Vanderhoeven, who owned a St. Olaf motor coach company.
They built a car in St. Olaf?
They sure did.
For me. And who knows, maybe even a little one of our own.
Right.
Dorothy, let me tell you a story. Picture it. Sicily, 1922. A young military officer stationed far from home. He wanders the street seeking a friendly face and a glass of Chianti. Finally, he happens into a dusty little cafe.
What are ex-husbands for?
Friends, we're here to listen. I mean, we've all spoken at one time or another about a sexual problem.
Not me.
It's not your fault, and it's not Ernie's. I mean, we've all been with a man who couldn't perform.
Not me. I just audit people. It doesn't mean there's a problem.
There's a problem.
Oh, that's too bad. Pass the meatballs.
Dorothy, I take total blame for this. I know it's a bummer, but no matter what comes down, we're in this together, babe. Of course, I won't know until we actually reconstruct our finances, but the way I figure it, we'd probably have to pay a small fee.
Well, that doesn't sound so bad.
Unless we get...
The one who won the tickets.
Yeah, well, my mom's the one who's bailing us out.
I lost Butter Queen. Haven't I suffered enough?
We'll draw straws.
No.
We'll flip a coin.
No.
Sophia, we had this all settled. Now try and be understanding.
Understanding, I came down here to bail you out and you're still not letting me go?
Ma, will you stop complaining?
Only she's much older. I think. What do you think, Dorothy?
Whoa.
I'm just getting so excited about Big Daddy's wedding. Hello there. I'm Blanche Devereaux.
Yes, Blanche, this is, I'd like you to meet, say hello to Big Catfish.
Fine. Anyway, I was about 8 years old when I first met Kathy Lee on the playground. We became fast friends. Just as thick as Louisiana blackstrap molasses on a steak of Johnny cakes as high as an elephant's knee.
Oh, no, the newspaper.
Oh.
No, the Metro section.
Did she and the girls... Hey, don't kill the messenger.
I always heard psychiatrists could read your mind, but he didn't do that.
Because there's nothing in your mind to read.
Well, anyway, I liked him. He was very understanding.
Pay me $85, I'll be understanding.
Passion of a priest, you really do. But you'd have to be the entire Vatican softball team to forgive me for the other time.
The other time.
I didn't mean it to happen. I was having a drink in the bar that they added onto that Greek diner when a woman sat down next to me. We talked, we drank, we broke a few...
Nothing but no good money grubbing trash. Oh, baby, forgive me.
Get a hold of yourself.
Rose, I apologize.
Rose, so do I. Oh, Rose, can you ever forgive us? Rose. I don't know where you doctors lose your humanity, but you lose it. You know, if all of you at the beginning of your careers could get very sick and very scared for a while, you'd probably learn more from that than anything else. You'd better start listening to your patients. They need to be heard. They need...
It was for 20 minutes.
I can't be late. The last time I was late, Ronald gave me the broken hairdryer. I came out looking like Don King.
Ma, please. All my life I've wanted to see Frank Sinatra in concert. I'm not getting off this phone until I get tickets.
What are you talking about? I took you and Gloria to see him at the Paramount Theater. I'll never forget it. I think I got chapter 7 and 9 mixed up. This watch is broken.
Ma, Stan gave me that watch when we got married.
Well, the marriage never worked. Why should the watch?
Might be Phil Rizzuto's. Notice the phrase, holy cow, creeping into her conversation.
Oh, Dorothy, you have nothing to worry about.
Oh, Blanche, of course I do. I am confronting the possibility that the woman I have lived with and known...
Hello. Sorry you didn't have an opportunity to experience our museum. I'd love for you to see my most prized acquisition,
A magnificent pair of Gauguins.
What are you, a pervert? I was married for 45 years. I never even saw my husband's Gauguins.
Daughter.
She's not.
No. You are our daughter.
Please ignore him. The man spent 90 days on the high seas drinking grain alcohol from a goat bladder.
Dominique speaking the truth. After Gina...
That means about another 48 hours.
Well, since we're gonna die anyway, I might as well be honest too, Rose. I slept with your cross-eyed cousin Nolan when he visited us from Ohio. And he was lousy in bed.
Maybe my Prince Charming will get moonstruck and sweep me away the way you did Rose.
Oh, I hope so, Dorothy. You deserve it. I want to thank you for being a good friend and a good person.
You are very, very welcome.
I do love her.
All over her, just like she was somebody. I just have to keep reminding myself, I am Blanche Devereaux. I am beautiful. Men find me desirable. And my life is over.
Boy, when the mask falls off, it really makes a thud.
Come on, Dorothy, sing some.
Warm under the covers, and I opened my eyes, and there was Baby fast asleep at the foot of the bed, like a sweet angel.
That is sweet. Rose, how long do you think it'll be before the pig is dead?
Baby do something wrong?
Oh, no.
So.
Wait a minute, what's this here? To the fairest Rose I've seen until tonight, Mr. Terrific.
He asked me out. We're going to dinner. Can you believe it?
No, actually not. You spent 30 seconds getting an autograph. You don't even know the guy. Don't even think it, Ma.
If you knew before, why didn't you tell me?
Ma, you have a big mouth.
Me? If I had a big mouth, do you think your one-night stand with the bug man would still be a secret?
Dorothy's born
Oh, yes. I'm sure he wipes the jug on his sleeve before he passes it.
Dorothy, now please, I've told him all about you. He's dying to meet you.
Oh, right. He's dying to meet a woman he doesn't even know.
You ever tried passing a sponge?
What happened, Sophia?
I got stuck with the meanest patient in the history of medicine. I mean, just because a person has 2 weeks to live doesn't mean he has to be cranky.
Oh, come on, Ma, the man is dying. I mean, have some...
No, Bobby, you don't have to write that last part. That was just a come on. Look, I'm sorry to take up your time at this hour, ladies, but I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Well, of course. I am single. I'm free on Saturday night. And I can arch my back until my head touches my heel.
Wheel.
Yeah, I'm a Sicilian.
Nobody made an offer, huh?
Not a dime.
Dorothy, isn't this something? You've become what we in the news business call a hot story.
Yeah, and you've become what we call in the revenge business, next. Lou, women are capable of more than just cleaning these things.
Is that so? Well, as long as you ladies are playing plumber, why don't you play moving man, too?
Fine, fine, we will.
Was that a plumber?
No, Ma, no. It was a little girl selling Girl Scout toilets. Narrows? What is a foot candle? What is the Theodosian code? What is the speed of light? What is the point of any of this, Alex? I am humiliating these two.
Rose, Charlie, I'm afraid Dorothy is absolutely right about that, too. So why don't we go on?
All right, quiet down. Order in the courtroom. Do you have any more witnesses, Mr. Peterson?
No, Your Honor. New robe?
No, why?
Looks great.
Thank you, Counselor. Well, if there aren't...
Come to a major decision.
Oh?
And it's a decision that affects Both of us.
Oh.
Sit down. Close your eyes, and I'll give you a hint.
Okie dokie.
I want help. Help and new clothes. So I'll go to a counselor if you'll drive me.
Drive you? Are you kidding? I'll listen to 8 tracks with you. Of course, we'll have to use Rose's car. No, but what?
Oh, no. Oh, they've come to tow away our Mercedes.
Oh, now I am really depressed. I never even got a chance to ride in it. Boy, what a great idea.
Isn't it luxurious?
And the engine's so quiet. Sophia, how was your date last night?
Tony Del Vecchio is a dreamboat. I wouldn't mind glancing over at the night table and seeing his teeth next to mine.
Ma, please. I mean, it's probably silly, but I'm not that comfortable hearing about your
2 weeks away and we still don't have a band. What are we gonna do?
I'll tell you what we're gonna do, Rose. We're gonna eat a cheesecake. Hi, Ma. Shouldn't you be finishing those invitations?
Just here for a glass of water. The stamp licking dries me out.
Why don't you use a sponge?
I feel more comfortable.
Rose. Oh, Rose. Grow up. So believe it.
I was pretty surprised myself.
Well, I'll bet. To think Jean would prefer Rose over me? That's ridiculous.
Blanche, please.
Now, you tell me the truth. If you had to pick between me and Rose, who would you pick? Who?
Blanche, pull yourself together.
Mental problem. The fact is, when you take an animal out of its natural environment, it's not uncommon for it to have a hard time adjusting to new surroundings.
Are you trying to tell us that that pig is dying of homesickness?
In a way, yes. My recommendation is to get him back to the farm. Once he's home, he should do a lot better.
Thank you.
Dorothy, livestock don't get chauffeur-driven limousine rides to fancy 4-star restaurants in the symphony afterwards. Except during St. Olaf Bicentennial.
Rose, I am not going. It is degrading.
Dorothy, come on now. Don't be a stick in the mud. It's for the children's hospital. Get him on a couch made out of Corinthian leather.
The woman has such lofty ambitions.
Thanks for the suggestion, Sophia, but there's really nothing Enrique Mas can do. They have the legal right to cut off the pension. No, I'll just have to get out there tomorrow.
Standing up with his clothes on. He could be
anybody.
Please, Dorothy.
Oh, all right.
Can I come?
Sure, Ma.
Oh, boy, we're going to the living room. We don't have much of a life, do we, Dorothy?
But apparently he has, or he wouldn't have had the nerve to call here.
You're not going to call him back, are you?
Oh, absolutely. If John comes to Miami, I want to see him.
I don't think that's such a good idea, Pussycat.
Ma, don't you see? When John Noretti gets here, I'm finally going to get my revenge. He's going to see a beautiful, vibrant... Tales just show kids how complicated life can be. And it does it on their terms.
I remember when I first read Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, it had a profound influence on me. 7 lonely men. Living in the woods, needing a woman.
For your information, I'm not here to audition.
Why are you here?
I realized I had no talent, so I decided to become an agent. Why Ryan O'Neal hasn't come to the same conclusion, I'll never understand. Anyway, I'm proud to announce I'm the exclusive worldwide representative of the Donatello triplets. I don't know, I walked in and she wasn't there. There was someone else in her bed. It was weird.
Lillian. Oh, did you say Lillian? My God, you got a call about her this morning. I was so caught up in my breaths, I totally forgot.
It happens to all of us, Blanche. That's why my rent check was...
What happened?
Oh, it was an old wives' tale. I didn't become loose for another year and a half.
Oh, I remember when I started shaving. I was 13, and I wanted to shave because I was going to a movie with Alan Steckler. You remember him, Ma?
Small head and... Do you think it's too soon to put on the bloopers tape?
Just a tad.
So, the existentialist says to the psychiatrist, just because you don't see a parrot on my head...
The first night on the ship.
A life jacket and a great big smile.
But I'll be back later tonight. I got a surprise for you.
Oh, did you get me something? What is it? What did you buy for me, Daddy?
Well, nothing, sugar.
Oh, fiddle-de-dee.
Fiddle-dee-dee.
This is so much fun. It's like being in Gone with the Wind.
And with the Arctic beetle.
Think that one through.
Well, I've heard it's really expensive.
Not if you just do your head. What? I want to preserve my brain.
I hit her double. Well, did you get them talking?
Nope. I just spent a half hour out.
Abracadabra, 1, 2, 3. Relax. Dorothy, was your card the ace of spades?
Ma, what the hell are you talking about?
Anything you're going to regret.
Leave me alone. I know what I'm doing. Would you two please sit down? A terrible mistake has been made here, and I'm the one who made it. See, I thought you all would go out once and eat a boring dinner and tell each other a couple of boring stories.
Yes. I mean, it was fine while Charlie was alive, but oh, I'll never forget that first wedding after he died. So now you see why I can't go if Miles is going to be out of town. I might end up almost going to bed with the caterer again.
Giving directions.
Dorothy, I gave Kate the directions over the phone.
And who are you, Rand McNally? You couldn't make a mistake.
Shall I set this down someplace?
No, Rose. Go to the corner and open a stand.
Dorothy.
I'm sorry. It's just that I'm... Ma, that's a microwave.
I know, I want to get this over with as quickly as possible.
Oh, Ma, I thought you'd be happy for me. I mean, Stan has changed. He's made a commitment. He's matured.
Sophia, he put the ring in a potato.
She's right. You know what you do for a bad neck? You get into bed and lie perfectly still and wait until it's over. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's not a bad neck, that's bad sex.
Hi, Mom.
Michael, I can't believe it. Oh, remember what you did to us last Valentine's Day.
You promised you'd never bring that up again.
What happened?
You don't remember what happened last Valentine's Day?
Please. I'm 82. Be thankful I remember not to wear my underwear outside of my dress. Most of the time. Tell your story.
Last St. Valentine's. To you and not to me? I'm the one who's been working there for 5 years. I'm the one who's been wearing low-cut blouses and picking up pencils off the floor. I'm the one he always gropes at the annual Christmas party.
And they picked Sandra Day O'Connor over you?
Well, I'm not taking this sitting down, Dorothy.
Ma, he's tired of being a lawyer, so he's joining the circus.
What did you do to him?
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, right. One day the man's a lawyer, the next he's a clown. Perfectly natural.
Ma, please, this is hard enough as it is.
Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart. I just tend to get a little upset when people...
A nurse. At your age, we can't take any injury for granted.
Well, it's your fault I sprained both my ankles.
Ma, you were the one who sneezed and blew yourself off the stool.
It wouldn't have happened if you'd let me sit at the table that night.
Look, Ma, you know the rules. When we eat Mexican food, you sit at the counter.
I've decided the best thing for me is to go to a sperm bank and get artificially inseminated.
Why would you do something like this just to hurt me?
Mama, try to understand. I can't pass a carriage without looking in.
Your sock drawer, Dorothy. You know, the one you know who can't reach?
I knew you were keeping pictures there, but I had no idea. You disgust me.
Look, I don't have to stand for this.
Nail her, Rose. Nail her. Remember, a good reporter always gets her story no matter what.
Babes. Chickens. More babes. Chicken babes. And finally, baby chickens. Rose, you're the returning champion, and that means you make the first selection. Off you go.
Well, Alex, as you know, I was raised in a rural...
$200.
Sold.
When would you like the services?
Gee, I don't know.
Well, how about Thursday night?
Thursday night?
Crazy. Not Thursday. Hell no.
Sorry, I forgot. The Cosby Show. How about Friday?
You have a TV guide we could check? Blanche, I've kissed a fool. I've helped a holy man. Now I just need to reveal the betrayal of a loved one. What's the worst thing you've ever done to Dorothy?
When she moved in here, I told her there'd be plenty of room for you.
I'll keep looking.
Excuse me, Blanche. I think I'm going to leave. I'm not having such... I am serious. What do you think I should do?
Come on now, Blanche. You know the difference between right and wrong.
Please, and bet she only knows the difference between right and left.
Honey, why are you still wearing your costume?
I didn't have time to change. I couldn't wait to get out of...
Is always nervous when her daughter Teresa comes for a visit. Of course, her daughter is a hitman for the mob. The rumor is she dated Frank Sinatra. You know the song "The Lady is a Tramp"? It used to be "Teresa is a Tramp." Well, they had to change it for legal reasons.
Ma, what are you talking about?
Buddy, would you like to stay for dinner? I'm making sweet and sour smelt kebabs.
Smelt kebabs? Oh, darn. I had them for lunch.
Me too.
They served them on the plane. And I'm awfully tired after the...
Oh, and start looking for a job.
Be sure you dress youthfully.
How come?
You're old.
Let's face it, honey. Companies are not falling all over themselves to hire women your age.
And always chicken out.
I know, Blanche. I mean, she'd be upset, but not for long. And just think how it would help you two in the long run.
But how do I keep from chickening out?
By telling her. Tonight, while you've still got your dander up. I'm sorry.
Between you and me, pussycat, I believe in miracles. Excuse me, popes hate to be kept waiting.
Good evening. I'm here about the ring.
You're not the Pope.
Well, not yet, but like they say, you never know when the smoke will blow your way.
The hospital.
You mean I'm alive?
Very much so.
Then what am I doing in here?
That's what I was asking. Tell you what, ma'am. I'll call patient care. They'll send somebody. Well, this is our floor.
Good luck.
By the way, I'll be thinking of you. Guys like you make it safe for old ladies like me to walk with
Some water.
What is she gonna do with water? Has water ever made you feel better when you were upset? Have you ever heard anyone say, "Thank God the water's here"? Call me when dinner is ready.
Don't do this to me. You're my two best friends.
How do we know you're telling the truth about that?
Well, I guess you don't.
Prize for you. Cookies and milk. Oh my God, what's wrong?
Nothing's wrong.
You only do nice things for me when something terrible has happened.
Rose, you failed the history test.
What does that mean?
It means you got more wrong than right.
I know that. I didn't fail math. I was talking about the bigger picture.
Unattractive.
Yes.
Worn out.
Yes.
Useless.
What's your point, Swin?
My point is, well, I was just hoping that maybe you're tired of people like Floyd who don't appreciate you. And maybe you're...
What are they made of?
Silly putty, Rose. I don't know, Rose. I just want to forget the whole incident. It's been a terrible night, and I am very upset.
You mean because Gil dropped out of the...
Hey, Tony, when one of you guys gets a chance, would you fix that sign? Seems a little high on one side.
Yeah, sure, Frank. No. I notice a lot of your students call you Frank.
You don't approve?
Oh, no, on the contrary. I think anything other than yo teach is an educational breakthrough.
Well, I just think that formal titles can be very...
It was a relationship I had in high school with a young man named Benjamin. Now, you have to understand that in those days in the South, a lot of things were still taboo. Certain people were not to mix. So, Benjamin and I had to meet in secret. Oh, we knew if any of the bigots in town found out about us that...
She's not in here.
Well, maybe she had trouble with her pacemaker, and since we weren't here, she called him.
Oh, my God.
Over there. No, I said over there.
I told you I would pick up the cake.
Oh, I know, but back where I come from, most people won't eat store-bought.
Rose, where you come from, most people live in windmills and make love to polka music.
Stop it, Dorothy. You're making me homesick. Whoa!
Sophia, were you looking? No, actually, that's when you stepped off. But I know it's not a good sign when the first rebound goes into the low 120s.
Oh, Blanche, honey, don't worry. All you need is a little spring tune-up.
And I suppose you're living in my house.
Sophia, this is my house.
It is? Oh, right. Then let me give you 2 words of advice. Enough wicker.
It was my high school graduation. I was valedictorian.
You were valedictorian?
Yes. I was 4th out of 19 graduating seniors. Anyway.
Wait a minute. Rose, if you were 4th, how were you chosen valedictorian?
In the closet.
Angela has something she'd like to say.
So does Sophia.
Now. Dorothy. Dorothy, look at you. You're as beautiful now as you were then. How have you been?
I love you.
Trying to give you a sense of moral responsibility.
Ma, what were you doing in my purse?
Stealing.
But Dorothy, weren't you supposed to interview for that vice principal's job yesterday?
I rescheduled.
For when?
All right, I rescheduled and then I missed the appointment.
Dorothy, it's happening again. You're losing control.
Ma,
What?
Honey, lean over a mirror sometime and take a look at yourself.
Where's a mirror?
There's one in the tool drawer.
I think you better take a sedative before you look.
Don't be silly. I look at my face all the time. How different could it be leaning over? Oh, my God.
I mean, she's probably worried sick already.
But I've never done anything like this. Tell a woman her husband's been seeing me.
And she'll say, why, that dirty rat, I will kill him. And you say, good news, darling, you don't have to. He's dead.
But I knew, and it made me feel better about myself.
Well, you were one of the lucky ones. It doesn't always work out that well. It sure didn't for Olga Fetchik.
Just a minute, Rose. Somebody give me a hand signal when she's finished.
Olga Fetchik. What if I were wrong? The last time I had courage, I confronted Lucan Ulfnooner, St. Olaf's moodiest plastic surgeon.
Thank you very much, Rose. That was a great story.
Nice try, Dorothy. Anyway, Dr. Ulfnooner did...
This was for you, but it's so cute. Now it's for me. This is for you.
Edible panties. Oh, what a lovely sentiment. Thank you.
You really like them?
Oh, like them. I love them. In fact, I may have the waistband with a...
Yes. I mean, it was fine while Charlie was alive, but oh, I'll never forget that first wedding after he died. So now you see why I can't go if Miles is going to be out of town. I might end up almost going to bed with the caterer again.
Well, I was in my aerobics class when I noticed this gorgeous man checking me out. So during the buttocks lifts, he motioned for my phone number. Well, I didn't want to appear easy, so I rolled over on my back and flung my legs over my head.
That's what I call giving him the brush off.
Dorothy, do you love him?
What does that mean, Blanche? He was my husband. He was the father of my children. Of course, I have feelings for him.
Uh-huh. Well, what are they?
Love.
Crazy when I told him.
Well, that's what fathers do. They yell and they barbecue. That's what separates them from the apes.
Well, what did your father do when he found out you were pregnant?
He chased Stan for 3 blocks with a salami.
How come?
They don't leave my
country. With you coaching me, I can make the big leagues right here. And we'll still have each other. What do you say we go out and celebrate, huh?
I'm sorry, Stevie, but I cannot go out with you tonight.
It's the dress, isn't it?
It's not the dress. Well, you were ready to write me off yesterday. Well, I'll never understand what Jean doesn't see in the opposite sex, but hey, if that's what makes her happy, that's fine by me.
There's one other thing.
Jean thinks she's in love with Rose.
Rose? Jean has the hots for Rose? I don't believe it. I do not believe it.
Oh. Sophia, I came to get you.
Forget it. You kissed this pleasure palace goodbye when you stole that money.
Come on, get ready. You're going with me. I've got a brand new Harley Davidson out in the driveway.
I didn't know you could ride a motorcycle.
I can't. I pushed it over.
You better keep an eye on her.
Oh, you're right. You better stick to her like a tight shirt on a sweaty farmhand. You know the type with the big biceps and the hairy chest just glistening in the hot sun? I'm sorry, what were you talking about?
Good morning.
Morning, Rose.
Wait a second, there's something different about you. Didn't you used to have a neck?
It's tension. It always goes to the same place. My shoulders tighten, my neck gets stiff, and I can't turn my head.
You mean you can't move your neck at all?
Rose, what was your first impression of me?
I thought you wore too much makeup and were a slut. I was wrong. You don't wear too much makeup.
Incidentally, is Walter renting that blue tuxedo again?
Walter never rented a blue tuxedo, and you know it. He owns that blue tuxedo.
Girls, did Jake call? He is half an hour late.
No, Blanche.
Is Jake going to be able to take you to the banquet, or will he have to work?
What's that smell?
I don't smell anything.
Are you wearing something?
A little Ben Gay on my knees. A little Vicks on my chest. A little deep heat on my neck.
Remember, Dorothy, you need to grab $500 to beat the blue team and get a chance at what's behind the window. Ready? She's all ready to grab that dough!
You ended that sentence with a preposition just to bait me.
What would I do that for? Look, I know how to settle this. Let me tell you a story of the steamy South, a tale of deception and tragedy.
Just a second, Uncle.
There is something.
Dorothy, you know you have the most beautiful eyes. And a quarter in your ear.
Ken, we really have to talk.
What's the matter, sweetheart?
I don't know whether this is harder to say or harder to hear. Ma, Jane, do you? I mean, you know, what I mean is
I know what you mean. You didn't tell your roommates that Pat was a woman, did you?
Well, they just assumed that Pat was your husband, and I wanted to make sure it was okay with you before I told them.
Oh, well, listen, Dorothy, I'm not embarrassed or ashamed of who I am. Hey, you know your friend...
Rose, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why is your name 3 times larger than ours?
Because I'm the one who actually won it. If you ever want to look at it, it'll be in my bedroom.
I can see how close the two of you are and how close you are to Rosa Blanche.
Well, we've all learned a lot from each other. Hey, Ma taught me life does not end because you've reached a certain age, and I've become much more comfortable with my sexuality because of Blanche. And Rose has taught me...
Be honest, I don't know if I can get all the way through it.
You mean it's not good?
Oh, it's awful. This book is totally unbelievable. The heroine, Vixen St. James, is this shallow Southern belle who's vain, self-centered, and a pushover for any man that crosses her path.
She's right. That is unbelievable.
And I'm afraid if we make love, I'll kill you.
If you haven't made love in 15 years, that's a possibility. Rose, don't worry about it. Listen, I had to check up a couple of...
Always had this trouble ever since high school. I was the head cheerleader, and I was dating our star quarterback, Caldwell Honeycutt. Well, time came to break up, and I just could not tell Caldwell to his face. I couldn't bear to inflict that much grief and suffering on one man. So I finally decided that the...
Is there a problem?
You're supposed to take off your socks before you step on the grapes. Taste this.
Oh, dear. Ladies, I'm terribly sorry. I'll get you a new bottle.
No, it lingers on the palate.
Junk food.
I've got a great idea for free pizza. Let's call up that 30-minute pizza place. Tell them we're a bunch of college kids. And when the guy gets here, one of us grandmothers will open the door and say, "What took you so long?"
Oh, it's great to have you back, Sophia.
It's good.
Dorothy?
What is this, the Spanish Inquisition? Look, I don't have to defend myself. If I want to see Glenn, I'll see Glenn.
You've been dating him and he dumped you, and now you're getting even by telling me.
No, that's
I've
not...
heard this before. I can't tell you how many times.
You have?
You think you're the first? Please. The first time Al slept with someone else was on our honeymoon.
No.
In Paris.
And Blanche, this is...
Oh, but you don't have to tell me. From the Gulf Coast to the Atlantic, from the Keys to the Okefenokee, with the 11 o'clock news, this is Jerry Kennedy.
Well, I'm flattered.
From the pit of my stomach to the porcelain of the bowl.
You have to do this.
No, I can stop by myself. I can quit cold turkey.
Cold turkey? After 30 years, doing it alone without professional help could be dangerous.
But I won't be alone. I'll be with you. Oh, if you'll just see me through the night, I know I can lick this. Come on, what do you say, girls? Are you in?
All those other appetites you satisfy before going to the fridge.
My life is more than just sex and food. I take care of this house. Like just the other day, we had a leak and the gas man came out. Oh, no, wait a minute. I guess that falls under sex.
And you did fix him.
The best thing that's happened to me since I met George. I'm just a stupid old fool, sitting up all night with a broken heart.
My Blanche Devereaux, I cannot believe what I am hearing. You are the prettiest, most vibrant, most exciting woman I know. Men
Stunned. Stunned is the only way to describe how stunned I am.
Just a minute, Blanche. Are you trying to tell us that you are stunned?
Don't you make fun of me, Dorothy Spornak. I just saw the sign-up sheet down at the bowling alley. Rose Dove, so you'll live to be 100?
Fine, I'll wipe it off. Tomorrow, I'll be in a wheelchair.
Good night, Pop.
Good night. Keep it up, I'll be the Dramamine.
This explanation's got to be a pip.
Explanation. No, none of those. I just wanted to apologize for tonight and say I hope we can still be friends.
Sure, Blanche.
But there's something I need to know. Meet Mr. Burt Reynolds. Why don't we just make a great big old weekend out of it?
We can't afford a hotel over on the beach.
I'll find one we can afford. What do you say, girls?
I think it's a terrific idea.
Okay.
Oh, good. Okay, you can start tomorrow. Well, I'm off to Miami Beach to find us the perfect hotel for our perfect weekend.
Oh, Ma, a hotel.
He cures everybody, and wine sales skyrocket.
Wait a minute. Ma. Unless I'm missing something, your hunch was wrong.
My hunches are never wrong. Now, everyone is living high on the hog and eating rich foods. The next thing you know, there's a gout epidemic. Nobody can stop.
नाही तनिको केहू से डरेला शेर जैसन जिगर हम रखेला शेर जैसन जिगर हम रखेला नाही तनिको केहू से डरेला शेर जैसन जिगर हम रखेला बनी बड़ा किसान भोजपुरिया जवान बनी बड़ा किसान भोजपुरिया जवान हम दहाड़ी ला दुश्मन के घर में शेर हम हई जिला के शेर हम बस्ती जिला के शेर हम हई जिला के शेर हम बस्ती जिला के बस्ती जिला के गोरखपुर जाने ले हमके सब पे हमरे राजबा हीरो कहेला सारा सहारिया या तो पवन सिंह नाम बा गोरखपुर जाने ले हमके सब पे हमरे राजबा हीरो कहेला सारा सहारिया यादव पवन सिंह नाम केहू से राजा तोड़ी साथ जिंदगी के छोड़ी के हो से राजा तोड़ी साथ जिंदगी के छोड़ी है चर्चा बस सहार में से रहम हई जिला के से रहम बस्ती जिला के से रहम हई जिला के से रहम बस्ती जिला के अत्याचार बढ़ेला कबहू बढ़ के आवाज उठाईला मन घटे ना पाई हो कबहू जान के बाजी लगाईला अत्याचार बढ़ेला कबहू बढ़ के आवाज उठाईला मन घटे ना पाई हो कबहू जान के बाजी लगाईला एक डरेगा तार मन डीएम थानेदार देखे डरेगा तार मन डीएम थानेदार हमर चर्चा बाहर घर घर में से रहम हई जिला के से रहम बस्ती जिला के से रहम हई जिला के से रहम बस्ती जिला के पप्पू सुरेश कहेला बाबू हमने से कैला यारी हो मिलजुल सब खुश रहा ये भैया दुनिया लागी प्यारी हो अर्जुन जय कहेला बाबू हमने से कैला यारी हो मिलजुल सब खुश रहा ये भैया दुनिया लागे प्यारी हो देखे सगरो जहान मन रवि के कहान देखे सगरो जहान मन रवि के कहान दम राखी ले अपना जिगार में से रहम हई जिला के से रहम बस्ती जिला के से रहम हई जिला के से रहम बस्ती जिला के
Really? Then all those feelings I've been having lately must be colitis. Sorry I interrupted. Good night.
Of going to bed with him.
You know who I think about going to bed with?
I don't want to know.
No, really.
Believe me, I don't want to know.
Okay, fine.
But I am confused. I mean, just when I think I'm over the man, something happens. Am I ever going to stop having feelings for him?
Luther Van...
Listen, Rose, I'm having a little get-together over at my place tomorrow night. Someone I work with is retiring. I was hoping you'd come.
Oh, well, I'd love it.
Around 8, then? Oh, good. Well, good night, ladies.
Nice meeting you.
Come back and see us sometime.
Good night, Rose.
Charlie made me dress him when he had his heart attack before the paramedics got there.
But he wasn't dressed?
We were making love.
Oh, Rose, honey, you never told me. He died while you were making love?
Well, he didn't die then. He had his heart attack then.
Well, henny penny, I do declare, honey, where are you rushing off to?
The sky is falling. I'm off to warn the king.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I don't need something to hit me in the head in order to get the message. Actually, in this case, it did hit me in the head.
Oh, dear. A piece of...
Oh, no, that one.
That wasn't a word. My denture slipped.
Ma, Uncle Angelo's plane lands at 4 o'clock. You have plenty of time to make a fresh batch before then.
Good, because these aren't fit for human consumption.
Top of the morning, sunshines.
Hey, Rose, try one of these.
One of the toughest guys in my high school. He smoked, he drank, he made those rude noises under his armpit. I was totally in love with him. And when he asked me to go to the senior prom, I was thrilled. Oh, when I came down the stairs all dressed,
What's the matter with you?
You walked out on me, Stanley Zbornak.
Now I know why.
You walked out on me and you didn't even have the decency to tell me you were leaving. I heard it from some lawyer over the telephone. A stranger, Stanley, a total stranger, told me that my...
Does Ken know how you feel?
He asked me how I felt, if I had a good time, and I had to tell him the truth. I just didn't fit in with the other clowns' wives.
Dorothy, I've been thinking it might help you get your mind off this Ken thing for a while. Why don't you join